Namaste and good afternoon. I am Shuli and I have been honored with the responsibility of sharing a brief introduction about Karista Foundation. Karista is a Greek charity, giving and caring. Karista Foundation was founded on the foundations of caring for the elderly, artists, artisans, and holistically the entire planet. Karista Foundation's logo is a handmade vase because we support handicrafts, artisans, and Indian art and culture. We aspire to identify artistic talent from the underprivileged section of society and provide them with opportunities to receive art for the elderly. We hold group and private sound healing sessions to help minimize stress and depression, which is offered free to these senior citizens. In the last 2 years, we have organized regular fundraisers through Jalsa, a gathering of intellectual individuals every month, where performances of brilliant but lesser known artists were appreciated and encouraged. The monthly Jalsa raised awareness and sensitized the audience about elderly care by showcasing our short film Poonam. All in all, Karista Foundation is founded with passion and stands for elderly psychological care, promoting artists, Indian art, and a cleaner and greener planet. I now call upon Mrs. Shilpi Das Chauhan, founding trustee of Karista Foundation, to deliver the welcome note.
Namaste and good afternoon. Well, that is my daughter, and I'm by my son, not because I couldn't have left them at home. I want them to be a part of everything that Karista is doing. The reason being, education begins at home, and that's one aspect that we are looking at when we are considering creating. Somewhere we lack that empathy and sensitization, respect we felt for elders earlier, because moral science was an integral part of our curriculum and syllabus area, and that's no more exists. So I'm creating that platform. So through Karista, we also want to create platforms for children so that they can be philanthropically engaged from a very young age and grow up to be socially responsible citizens. Because we believe that more than aligning businesses where we conceptualize individual social responsibility, व्यक्तिगत सामाजिक आगे क्या बोलते हैं responsibility जिम्मेदारी. So that is more important, because when we talk about individual social responsibility, we align our minds, hearts, and souls, and not businesses. So I think that way, individual social responsibility is way ahead of corporate social responsibility. And when people with that concept, but with that thought, come together, we can achieve a lot collectively. So thank you so much for coming over here. Let me tell you that we have been very, very ambitious about this symposium. We've been working very hard for the last 4 months. In fact, our NGO is registered in Hyderabad. And somebody asked me, यहाँ क्यों कर रहे हो? दिल्ली में क्या रखा है? दिल्ली में क्यों करना है आपको? मैंने बोला दिल्ली में आप सब जो मुझे दिल्ली में मिलेंगे वो तो हैदराबाद और बैंगलोर में मिलने वाले नहीं हैं. And we are looking at policymakers, lawmakers, government, corporates, NGOs, individually socially responsible people to come together and work on this. So yes, it's been very ambitious. We made a film that was meant awareness about how lack of companionship and loneliness affects the mental health of senior citizens. And that film was made in 2019. It was screened in Bangalore in 2020, and then the pandemic happened. So all our plans took a backseat. But today I'm really delighted, representing Karista Foundation, to be here for this symposium, and thank you so much for to everybody to be here participating this afternoon with commitment. I would also like to, we are waiting for some guests, but since all of you are here, we thought we will start. I will introduce the rest of the guests later as they come in, but we have Dr. Patanjali Dev Nair. Sir, thank you so much for arriving on time. Please, let's welcome him with a round. He is the former regional advisor for WHO, working with aging and disability, right, sir? Yeah, so he will be delivering a very special speech for us. We'll wait for that. I also want to welcome Alina, all the way from Bangalore. Alina is the managing director of our lead partner, SEMI by TZMO Group, one of the largest Polish investors here in India. Thank you, Alina, for making the effort. She's accompanied by her colleague, Penina. Thank you, Penina. So we are really grateful to you to partner with us in this effort. Thank you so much for being here. I also want to welcome Mr. Venkat Narayan, who is so good to see you after a long time, the former president of Foreign Correspondent Club of South Asia. I remember coordinating with him when our film was made and we wanted to have a panel discussion in their place, and I wanted both the actors to be in FCC in the panel discussion, but that didn't work out there. You have, yes, you have. Okay. I also want to welcome Professor Islam from IIM Kashipur. He's come all the way. He's taken leave and come here. He's a part of the panel. We will wait to hear because he represents the Public Policy Department, so there's a lot to know and learn from you. The rest of the panelists, Anjali Gogia. She's an entrepreneur who works in the field of empathy, and she has started this initiative called Talk to Big Ears, which resonates with Karista Foundation, because we want to create a platform where seniors can talk freely, uninhibitedly. जैसे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का प्लेटफॉर्म है ना, कौन सी दिल की बात, मन की बात, so हम दिल की बात करेंगे उसमें. So I'm so glad that you're doing something that resonates with what we also want to do. So we have loads to collaborate. Dr. Shivani Ketan, the other panelist, she's a TEDx speaker too, and complementary medicine, and she works extensively with senior citizens. So it's very apt that she's here today to be a part of the panel. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Noida. And then we have Manisha, our moderator. Manisha is a very dynamic lady. She was a part of the panel when we screened the film on July 3rd, right? In FCC. And she's a firebrand. She's a TEDx speaker too. And her profile is very rich. So our host will do the honor of introducing all later on. Anushri is our host. She's a mindfulness coach and a corporate speaker. So I will soon hand over the mic to her. And I shouldn't be forgetting Mr. Rai. आप अपना परिचय खुद करिए.
I am R.V. Rai. I am running also a social organization, namely for last 23 years. We started to work for underprivileged class children, and after that, Swachh Bharat missions. Already we are planning to work for elderly also in the district of Gopalganj, Bihar. There we have got a piece of land there. So we are planning just to do something for elderly, because there is naturally problem nowadays due to changes of times, due to generational gaps, this and that. So it's very good, and you are doing very well. Thank you so much.
आप में एक प्रेरणा है कि आप सीनियर सिटीजन होते हुए इतने सारे काम कर रहे हैं, अपने आप को व्यस्त समाज के लिए कर रहे हैं इतना कुछ. So I think all of us have to learn how to keep ourselves busy productively when we grow old or when we grow senior, then we are retired from everything that we're doing right now. Asha, Harsha Chetty and Jyoti Chetty, thank you so much. Please come and show your face. They are the leaders from Ashadeep Foundation, Jyoti and Harsha Chetty. I'm so glad they have been contributing to the years they've been running Ashadeep Foundation. We had screened Poonam for their staff recently in the month of June, and it was a very emotional moment because all of them came up with so many ideas, so many experiences, and tears flowing through their eyes. So it's not that we are not sensitive, we are sensitive. I think कहीं ना कहीं उसको और बाहर निकालना है. Yeah. Am I forgetting to mention it? Oh yeah. Come, Adi. Please come. This symposium couldn't have been possible without RD, that is Mr. Ratna Jyoti Datta. When I met him in FCC and we were screening the film there, he said, Shilpi, there's a lot to do in this field and we must hold a symposium every year in Delhi. So next year we start. We had 4 months. I went back and I spoke to our managing trustee and he said, why next year? Why not this year? I said, yeah, this year. So we started this year and for the local support, our national advisor, Mr. Ratnajit, he's also a senior journalist. We are so happy that he's with us on board. And this symposium in Delhi wouldn't have been possible without him. Thank you so much. Yeah. Am I forgetting somebody else? Okay, I think we should begin now. Let the rest of them join. Oh, I met an interesting person, Mr. Sharma, Jawaharlal Sharma. 67-year-old gentleman. Please, a loud round of applause for him. I met him recently in Qutub Minar. I took my children for a visit. And he was telling the story of Qutub Minar and Prithviraj Chauhan so passionately to his customers. He's a guide there. And we were listening to him with rapt attention. He has an amazing voice and an amazing skill at storytelling. So he found us looking at him, gawking at him like this. And then he just looked at us and said, do you want a guide? Before I could say yes, my children said, yes, we want one. Earlier they said, no, we don't need a guide, we will read. But then when in Uncle Ji ko dekha ki अच्छे से story bata rahi, yes, we need someone. So I really appreciate his spirit at the age of 67. He is disseminating, transferring so much information, knowledge to storytelling so passionately, so energetically. So thank you so much. And it's a coincidence that we met you and we can do a lot together. You've already spoken with Anjali Gogia and she's doing a project with Khajuraho and storyteller chahiye to uncle bahut achhe. He has an amazing voice. You want to say something?
Thank you. You see, when we become elderly, it does not mean we still learn every day. And one thing, I'm in tourism and I could not get jobs in even it was very difficult. So I became a tourist guide. But one thing I will appreciate, I do foreigners and I'm doing this for the last 46 years. I speak a little bit Japanese also. I've been to a few countries also. But one thing is there, that in this line, now due to Corona, the foreigners are not coming. But I will appreciate, I'm seriously saying, my Indians are one of the best. And they also want some information about history and everything. And one thing more I will say, if I would be not in this line, I would be not a good person. Because in this line, today I have Muslims, tomorrow I have Jewish, third day I have Sikhs, everybody. So, and we get a very tough training about, we have to go to all the temples. So, if anything is there on the earth, it's humanity above religion. All are God's children and we should respect and we should love everybody. And when I see children, I'm just saying my last line. When I see children, I was very naughty boy, I never studied. So when I see children there, I want to work even free, and I want to tell them about that, Qutub Minar and all. And I was as a guide in Jaipur also for 14 years. Thank you very much.
So when I said, Uncle, you have to come for the symposium, he was just ready. His spirit. Adi, is Mr. Chaudhary here? AD Chaudhary? He's not there. Okay, and Shadab, come on. She's on the way. Okay. To the rest of the people, the audience who have made the effort, because no program is complete without the audience. I think a lot of people are on the way, but we will begin. I will now hand over to, where's Anushri? Anu, you're here already? Ready? Wow, that's great. Thank you so much for program today. She's a lovely lady, and so over to her. I'll come in between later on and continue. All right, Anu.
A big thanks to Shilpi. Such a wonderful welcome note for everyone sitting over here. A big namaste to everyone and very good afternoon. Warm welcome to each one of our esteemed clients, esteemed guests, panelists, audience, volunteers sitting over here. We welcome you all to the National Symposium on Elderly Psychological Care at the Constitution Club of India, New Delhi, to observe the National Day of Older Persons marked on 1st October by the United Nations. Today's program is being presented by the Vista Foundation, as Shilpi so nicely described each and everything about how Garista Foundation has been engaged in organizing this program. Garista Foundation is in association with SANI by TZM Group. I'm Anushri Bhattacharjee, and I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity by Garista Foundation to provide me this opportunity to host today's symposium. It's a revolutionary initiative to add to the government's efforts towards senior care. Someone has said that, in our life, not everything goes right, okay? Many things don't go as per our will. So someone has said very nicely, if something doesn't go right, we can take a pause and take left. Take the left. Use a curve of smile to set to some, we can use this curve of smile to set some of the things straight in our life. There is one thing that is in our control is to smile, whatever the situation is. Just as healthy as a 20 minutes jog. So for a healthy living, let's all embrace laughter and joy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for the efforts that Garista Foundation has put in to bring all of us together here on this special day. I welcome Shiri, the lovely lady with me, who is going to talk about Garista Foundation. Thank you so much.
Garista Foundation is great support received from the event's lead partner, SANI, by TZMO Group and associate sponsor Skybarge Private Limited. Today's National Symposium on Elderly Psychological Care is supported by All India Radio, Aerotatvika, Marina Handcrafts, and Sukhmanch Theatre. We are deeply grateful to all our partners and supporters.
Program now. We'd like to invite senior journalist and honorary national advisor, Garista Foundation, to speak a few words. Welcome, Mr. Ratnajyoti Datta, please. If we can come and share a few words. Yes, please.
Namaste to all. It's my honor and privilege to address you all today on the occasion UN World Care Day. In a country where we touch the feet of elders and concept of Guru Dakshina is prominent. Ironically, elder care is an issue that still remains mostly unaddressed. Lack of geriatric specialists in India, the world's fifth largest economy after US, China, Japan, and Germany, is a huge cause of concern still. We are aware of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's call on the occasion of 75th year of independence from history, Red Fort, that he has given us a target that the nation should be a developed one in 2047, when we would be celebrating the centenary year of independence. While we strive to become the developed nation, we also need to prepare our next generation to be sympathetic and caring towards the issues and problems of elder population. I would like here to draw the attention of the August House to an important aspect of the national education policy that sets the agenda for the education sector in the next 20 years. The new education policy has given top priority to impart moral-based education to younger generation so that they be very respectful towards the issues and problems of elder care. Our approach towards the economic development needs to be holistic and balanced. We shouldn't be only going for the targets, numbers. Rather, our next generation should, prepare themselves so that they can better take care of the issues, emerging issues in the future as regards to elder care. We need to adopt, as I have said, holistic view to address the burning problems of old age related problems, including mental health issues. Issue faced by the old people. It is important for the younger generation to people, elder people, by calibrating their jet set lifestyle as part of their moral responsibility. Before I end, I have one parting advice to share with you all. No matter how busy we are, let's spend some few quality minutes laughing and enjoying the company of our elders in the family and also neighbors so that they don't feel unwanted. Thank you all for the patient hearing. Request our volunteer Sudeshna to come on stage to read a special message on the occasion from Sri Kripanath Malla, Honorable Lok Sabha MP from Karimganj constituency.
Thank you, sir. I now read Member of Parliament, Karimganj constituency, Assam. I am happy to know that Kadista Foundation is organizing a National Symposium for Elderly Psychological Care on October 1st, 2022 to observe the International Day of Older Persons as mandated by the United Nations. I do believe deliberations at the National Symposium involving experts will help create a wider awareness about the need of elderly psychological care in India. We need to come together at social, corporate, and government levels to understand and find solutions to various issues of elder care. The dedicated effort should begin at an individual level and social spheres to create a mass awareness movement. I appreciate the efforts of the Foundation in this National Symposium on Elderly Psychological Care and wish all the best in bringing their cause to fruition. I wish the symposium all the success. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Sudeshna, for reading out such a lovely message. And we'll be moving on to our next program, that is lighting the lamp for this special occasion. And for lighting the lamp, may I request our special guests sitting over here to be on the stage. I'll just Dr. Patanjali Dev, can you please be here? Mr. Venkatarayan, Jyoti and Harsha Chetty, could you kindly be here for the light campaign? Miss Alina Osmani. With the arrival of light, darkness disappears. We are going to have this auspicious ceremony of today's symposium. So we have begun with our program, the lighting the lamp. Dear guests and delegates, we do have your seats and allow us to begin the program with an invocation song. Our sweet and dynamic lady, Shirley Chauhan. It's time to invoke the positive energies around us. With this song, Maro Pranam, being presented by a professionally trained vocalist in Hindustani classical music, young and dynamic Shirley Chauhan is going to be there.
present this invocation song. With your permission, I would like to begin.
Splendid presentation, Shirley. Your voice has indeed charged the speaker with so much of positive energy. Thank you so much. May I invite Jyoti Chetty and
Sorry, Anu, I had to butt it. Like I said, I will be butting in. So we have very special guest today. Our guest of permission from me that मैं लेट आऊँगा थोड़ा और जल्दी तो पता नहीं कितनी जल्दी जाएंगे. So let me just introduce him. He is the spokesperson for BJP Delhi Pradesh, and he is a nationalist, very committed to the nation and passionate about tapping technology to change the way India works. Very warm welcome to you, Vineet ji. Thank you so much. आपने अपने इतने बिजी शेड्यूल से कीमती वक्त हमारे लिए निकाला. 1 घंटा तो बैठेंगे ना? 1 घंटे का कमिटमेंट है. And I am so delighted to introduce Meeta ji. Please. Come, I. Vineet ji. Thank you so much for coming. हाना चल रहा था आने का. So we couldn't announce that she's coming or not. And just last evening I called in Delhi. बोलती हाँ आई हूँ. सुबह फिर मैसेज आया अपनी मम्मी को साथ लाओ. Shall I get my mother? That is more apt. So auntie भी आई है. Thank you so much auntie for coming over. मीनाक्षी वशिष्ठ जी. Okay. And मुझे कहानी बतानी है आप कैसे पूनम में आ गई है ना. हाँ भाई बैठिए. So when we were looking for the right cast for Poonam, we are not typical filmmakers, but we wanted to create the film to actually make people cry, at least evoke an emotional response in them. So I have been talking to a lot of artists. I remember the final conversation with Meeta ji years ago, and I was in a conference and she called से बात की कॉन्फ्रेंस छोड़ के बाहर. आपको पता है मीठा जी, I was in a conference. तो कॉन्फ्रेंस छोड़ दिया था मैंने आपसे बात करने के लिए. So I spoke with her for 2 hours and she said that मैं क्यों करूँगी फिल्म. आपको याद है? नहीं याद है आपको? हाँ मुझे याद है. मैं क्यों करूँगी फिल्म. मैंने बोला आप ही पूनम है, आपको ही पूनम बनना है पूनम में. Because I think the way I visualize the film, आप जो expression दे सकती है, आप जैसे इस किरदार को निभा सकती है, कोई और नहीं कर सकता. 2 घंटे के बाद मीता जी ने बोला ठीक है, alright, I'll do it. And today she is here. I'm so glad. It is divine. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you Meenakshi Vasishti. आपके बारे में मीता जी से बार-बार सुना है. She keeps coming to meet you. So I think it's very, very significant that both of you are here today. Yeah, thank you so much. We can go on now.
Guys, welcome Meeta ji and Goenka ji once again. I think we will, I would like to invite Jyoti Chetty ji and Harsha Chetty ji for the felicitation of our young artist Shirley Chauhan. If you can kindly come here and do the honors, please. Our lead partner sending to you. Shirley, if you can please tell us something about our lead partner Sunny.
Sunny is a global brand by DCMO, Polish investor in India. The company is a leading European manufacturer and supplier of sanitary articles, cosmetics, and medical devices to global market. TZMO has over 70 years of history and market presence, which in 2020 was rated 9th in 100 largest Polish private companies by Forbes magazine. The company has gradually expanded and are now present in over 80 markets worldwide. TZMO Group consists of 3 entities pan-India, and trading operations are centered in Bangalore and Mumbai. Seni brand is developing dynamically worldwide with a keen focus of offering world-class and innovative senior care and hygiene products. TZMO India also supports medical professionals through Seni training program, free of charge trainings regarding long-term care that are dedicated for nurses and caregivers. TZMO India was awarded the Certificate of Recognition for Social Responsibility, Best Practices, and Nobel Prize winner, Mother Teresa Best Social Service Award. One of their brands, Bella, is very well known in the Indian market.
Let's watch 2 of their beautiful projects videos. And here we go. If you can kindly play the video, please.
I'm an architect at a construction company. For balance, I also give parties. My life has always been very intense and active, and I like it that way. Since I reached the menopause, I also started to have bladder weakness. I got Senilady recommended at a pharmacy. I think it is amazing that they are so incredibly thin, but at the same time, very safe and very comfortable to wear. Try it today. Ask for free samples on our website, seni-india.com.
So there is more to be saying. I would like to mention that they have also been contributing tremendously in the area of senior care through knowledge sharing by inviting experts from world over in their annual international conferences. We have videos about those conferences as well, and it's time to have a look at those conference videos.
I think this is one of the most important conferences around the globe, especially in Europe. Over 1,000 people are attending this conference, and they're really questioning the future of long-term care. Is there one solution, or should we go in different directions? And they're looking at best practices around the world. So you have speakers from the United States, from Canada, from Japan, from all over Europe, from England, and the conference is produced exceptionally well.
I think that bringing people from across the world and global leaders into one consolidated conference is huge. Meeting people that have the same drive for innovation when it comes to long-term care and the work with the elderly is fantastic.
Проблематика, которая существует в нашей службе, и проблемы, с которыми сталкиваются люди, нуждающиеся в наших услугах, они вообще-то одинаковые во всех странах. И поэтому для того, чтобы они были решены как можно быстрее, для того, чтобы мы могли действовать максимально эффективно, мы должны обмениваться этим опытом.
Mamy tu możliwość porównania różnych systemów w różnych państwach, co daje nam też możliwość wybrania jakiegoś najlepszego wzorca. Uczymy się od tych, którzy te wzorce mają już wypracowane, które funkcjonują trochę lepiej niż u nas, ale także jesteśmy dumni w tym momencie z tych, dla tych państw, których inspiracją my jesteśmy.
And I highlight view in organizing such conferences, getting together not only a huge number of people, but also specialists, practitioners, stakeholders, providers of different services or technical improvements.
It'd be an honor to invite you to the 2019 conference. You'll have a phenomenal time. You'll meet great colleagues from around the world, in particular from Central Europe. You'll learn a lot. You'll learn about the most innovative approaches to providing care and services for the elderly. And it's a wonderful organized conference, and you probably won't find more people who do aging services in one location.
Well, with this, we'd like to introduce the coaches and talent. Panina, and Alina personally, who is National Sales and Marketing Director of TCMO South India South Private Limited. I invite Shivli to talk a few more words about Alina, how important she is to the TCMO group. Thank you.
She is a director on board of all TCMO group companies in India and responsible for overlooking the pan-India operation of sales and marketing of TCMO group companies. She has been in India for over 15 years and is responsible for managing the factory of TCMO in Tamil Nadu. She's a dynamic business leader and the key driving force of TCMO operations in India. Under her leadership, the company has established in India with brands Bella, Seni, and Happy. On behalf of Carista, we thank Ms. Alina and TCMO for partnering with us and adding to the significance of today's day, the International Day of Older Persons. We invite Ms. words.
I have a very small announcement to make for a vehicle DL PC 655C 7926 ending with 26, which is standing on the road and needs to be removed from there and parked somewhere in the appropriate place. If you can please see whose car is 7926. And there is one more 6556. There are two cars, two vehicles, need to be somewhere in the parking lot. So no problem. Please, Alina, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and tell you more about our company and be part of this National Symposium of Elderly People. We have some experience in this area, and I want to ask Madam Penina to share a few words about our company, about our brands, and how we are in touch with people who are aging, but not only, because our product and our companies since beginning till the end, to our
Now welcoming Penina to speak a few words.
You're welcome.
Good evening, one and all present here. It's my great privilege and honor to be amidst of you to shed the light of what TZMO is involved with the elderly care. TZMO started to build its history in 1951 from the production of dressing materials. Thanks to this, from the very beginning, we learned to be sensitive to everything related to healthcare, safety, and product quality. Therefore, we are proud to say that we have medical DNA. It's our identity. Today, the company's portfolio includes over 15,000 products and various services. They accompany people every day throughout their lives from birth to death. But this is not the complete picture of TZMO. Several dozen of years of cooperation with institutions working with the weakest, the elderly, dependent, chronically ill, meant that we understand their needs. We know that you have to answer them holistically. Therefore, in our activities, we did not stop taking care of the safety and functionality of the product. Together with our clients, in many places around the world, we have initiated and are constantly initiating educational projects aimed at improving the quality of care. We implement them as a part of the TZMO Foundation. Together we change the world, which today operates in Poland, Romania, and Latvia. Other countries in which the TZMO group is organized are preparing to bring them to life. Even in India, we want to have these long-term conferences which are being held for the past 20 years in Poland. We would like to do the same in India. We are waiting for bigger cooperation between the people from you. So we are really glad to be with you today so that we feel that it's very easy to organize such a conference in India too. In our educational activities, we focus on two group recipients. Number one, professionals, organizing and providing care to the elderly, dependent, chronically ill, management staff of long-term care institutions, nurses, doctors, physiotherapists, medical. Number two, caregivers, informal caregivers. That is, all those who are not professionally prepared for it must look after their relatives at home. We want to take care of the aging societies. That is why for over 20 years, we have been organizing international long-term care conferences every year. It's attended by over several thousand people from several dozen countries around the world. People representing countries with different cultures and different stages of healthcare development. We are convinced that such meetings have a deep meaning and constitute to better understanding of the needs of the elderly and dependent people, and consequently to the improvement of the quality of care. We organize courses and trainings covering all topics related to the organization and provision of care, care personnel management. We publish specialized magazines in which we show the best practices. When the COVID-19 pandemic broke out, we organized online training sessions presenting standards of conduct in an epidemiological emergency. Responsibility continue to undertake initiatives that are socially important. There is a saying and slogan attached with our TZMO group: you have taken care of me, now it's my turn to take care of you. I hope everyone will understood this, because when we were taken care very well by the parents, by the grandparents. Gratitude is the best attitude in this world. So we have the slogan, you have taken care of me, now it's my turn to take care of you very well and in a better way. So we are not only providing the products to the market, we are being the solution to the problems what elders and the younger generation needs to attend. Thank you so much for the wonderful opportunity given.
Thank you, Benina. I mean, this absolutely resonates with what Karishta says. We are because they were. So it's absolutely resonating. Thank you so much for that tagline. It's beautiful.
Yeah, very insightful words from Ms. Banana. And I would like to request Mr. Dev Nair,
Dr. Patanjali
Dev Nair to kindly come on the stage and do the honors of facilitating Ms. Alina and Ms. Banana.
Alina and Benina.
That's right. Amazing. Alina, I don't know what to say. I don't know which one is better.
Janaya, thank you so much. I also have to mention we have two very special guests who have walked in a little later. Shada Kumar, right? Did I pronounce your name well? Yeah, she is the principal of Composite School in Vaishali, Ghaziabad, and she's the President of India Awardee School Teacher. She is the headmistress, and it's a middle school with 700 odd students. Would you like to say something about how education can help bring in this difference? बताएंगे कुछ कि एजुकेशन से क्या प्रभाव पड़ सकता है, ये जो हम इस मुद्दे पे बात कर रहे हैं इस विषय में?
सभी मेरे नमस्कार। ऐसा है कि एजुकेशन सबसे पहला माँ की गोद जो होती है सबसे पहली एजुकेशन की दरसगाह है, जिसमें बच्चा जो है जो संस्कार देखता है घर से बच्चा देख के चलता है कि मुझे आगे क्या करना है। जब बच्चा माँ की गोद में होता है तो उसे ये पता चलता है कि मैं अपने घर में क्या माहौल देखूं। अगर उसने ये देखा है कि मेरे बड़े एक दूसरे की रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं तो वो आगे जाके जरूर अपने बड़ों की रेस्पेक्ट करें। और यही संस्कार हमें भी देने होते हैं अपने स्कूल में भी। अगर बच्चा आपके पैर छूता है उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि वो आपके आगे झुक रहा है, नहीं, हम उसे जब आशीर्वाद देते हैं तो लगता है कि उसे क्या मिल गया। तो ये बहुत जरूरी है कि हम जो है अपने बच्चों को शुरू से ये संस्कार दें कि बड़ों का क्या रिस्पेक्ट होता है। मैं अगर ये कहूँ, अगर मेरे घर में, जब मैं अपने घर में पली थी, मेरे फादर डॉक्टर थे, लेकिन क्या था, अगर मेरे घर में कोई बड़े के पहले पलंग होते थे सिराने बैठ जाता था तो उसके 5 थप्पड़ लगते थे कि ये बड़ों की रेस्पेक्ट नहीं है। बड़ों की रेस्पेक्ट ये होती है कि आप उनके इधर बैठे या उनके नीचे बैठे। ये जब हम बच्चों को ये देख के चलेंगे तो बच्चा जो है वो शुरू से ये लेके चलेगा कि हमें अपने पेरेंट्स की, दादा दादी की, नाना नानी की, सबकी रेस्पेक्ट करनी है और हमें किस तरह रखना। तो एक कई बार लोग कहते हैं कि मतलब बच्चों को लड़कियों को पढ़ाना जरूरी नहीं है, लेकिन एक लड़की जो है वो पढ़ने के बाद पीढ़ियां पढ़ाती है। एक लड़का तो अपना कमाने के लिए लेता है, लेकिन लड़की जो है वो अगर सोच ले तो वो सब कुछ कर लेती है। जिस वक्त मैंने ये स्कूल में शुरू किया था तो मैंने एक पेड़ के नीचे से बैठ के शुरू किया था। जब वो पेड़ कट गया तो मैं पानी की टंकी के नीचे अपने बच्चे ले गई उसके बाद बिल्डिंग बनी, तब आगे आगे चलता चला। तो ये अगर हम कोई भी चीज सोच लें तो कोई भी हमें रोक नहीं सकता। इसलिए मैं यही कहूंगी कि सब अपने बड़ों की रेस्पेक्ट करें और उनसे आशीर्वाद लें। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने इतना अच्छा बोला, बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के। और ये बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट बात है कि घर के बच्चे हमको और हमारे बिहेवियर पैटर्न को समझें और उसको फॉलो करें। तो इसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी होगा कि हम राइट एग्जाम्पल सेट कर पाए। एंड I would like to invite Mr. Jyoti Datta to facilitate us. Please do the honors. Thank you. Now moving on to the next special guest. May I call upon Dr. Patanjali Dev Nayan to please come here and share a few insightful perspectives.
Thank you so much. Esteemed guest of honor, Vinit, an honor to see you face to face. Many of the other guests, or I would say co-panelists who have been named by Ms. Shilpi, Elena, and other guests, especially I would refer to, if you allow me, as Auntie Ji, because that's the common way we refer to people whom we do not know very well, but we want to offer respect. So, Auntie Ji, Shilpi, first of all, I'd like to compliment you the way you have pulled down all the threads together: education, politics, counseling, arts, entrepreneurs, chairpersons, young people. That's I think the right way to go about, but a very difficult task. How are you weaving? So you've been a good weaver. Personally, having done such things all through my life, I realized how difficult they are and how to really bring the threads together. So first compliment to you. I have no intention to pose as an expert man. I'm not. I just happen to be paid by WHO as one of the doctors and as the regional advisor for disability injury prevention and rehabilitation. But kuch sansmaran, Alina, allow me to change languages because I'm adapted both, and like few things can be said better in Hindi and Punjabi rather than in English. So I will keep shifting. But sir, kuch sansmaran jo hai or kuch issues, we need to bring them together. This is a task which is important. Numbers are all known to us, so I will not especially bore my young people with the numbers, but they're hugely significant. That is, around 15% of people, aged people, suffer from serious ecological deficiency or areas including loneliness, depression. 70% of those who are lonely can go into depression. Those are some of the global figures coming up. So next सवाल आता है, that's a problem statement, but context. Elderly की क्या needs हैं? Are we sitting here? Are we trying to pose them as if they require something extra, special? They're demanding things from us. Many times, that's the feeling when it comes up. Oh, my Dadaji or Dadiji or my Nana wants this or that area. Is it that there are special needs for the elderly? Or the most of the needs are the human needs of being cared for, being valued, feeling secure, having something important to do in life so that you're feeling validated, related to, relating to others? Are those not needs of every one of us sitting in this room? It is not that the needs of the elderly change. It is the society is unable to meet all of them after a certain time. So the onus does not lie that the elderly need something more. The onus lies on us, each one of us, as individuals, as families, as communities, and then as nations, to fulfill those needs because we are obligated to do that. So unless we realize that it is an obligation on all of us to do it, that we have accountability, Ma'am Meeta ji, to fulfill the needs the way we fulfill for our children, for our adolescents, or areas similarly for them. So that's one context. It's not that the needs start differing too much. The context of the elderly life so it's not only the society's fault. What happens is things change. When you're younger, you're running to catch a bus or to drive to the job, you have friends, you have arguments. Those are a very important part of life to relate. You learn from them. Arguments are different from aggression or something still worse. So you have relations either in the family, at the job, in the society, you're voting, your opinions, you fight. As age changes, there is widowhood, widowers, you retire, slow it down, so you cannot run to catch a bus. So the context is some part of the psychological problems of the elderly are self-made. Some are because of social construct. Some start because of medical issues, which my Dr. colleague sitting here and many of the other people would well understand. So we have three big components here coming up. And that is where we have to work for. I'm very pleased to see your short films on assistive technology is one of my areas of working with this disability. So we work in WHO has come up with a list of 50 products, assistive technology products, many of them for the elderly, starting from the walkers to elderly sanitary pads to pill counter, just 10 rupees. But because people forget, did I take my morning dose or not? So we have a pill counter, just less than 10 rupees, but a very important assistive aid for the people. So my August gathering and audience and friends here, the younger friends, I equally include you as friends. So when we realize we have these three needs, few of them are policy matters. So I'm very happy and you are here. And as many a times has been mentioned about our Pradhan Mantri ji, you want to say something? I know there's a resonance, but I'm trying to change your positions to see the resonance is less. So we realize that this is now a seriously caring nation for all and trying to do things. We have a huge backlog of issues and problems, but that itself would mean that we have less time. So if I have a backlog of problems, I need to deal with them with more, I would say, speed, possibility, with much more attention, and that's what we're trying to do. So there's certain policy matters, and we're happy to, and one of them is, how do you give symbols for the elderly that you care for them? Maybe that's to do with their interest rate for the banks, concessional fares or so, or along with an attendant, which we do that. For multiple areas, policy matters would come in. Care of the elderly, abuse of the elderly is rampant, sir. Just because we don't talk about it, we don't think that this abuse is not there. It's not only sexual abuse, it's also physical abuse, emotional abuse, abuse can be of many kinds. It persists. So we have to tackle that also, starting from the policy front. So the first thing is to recognize that there is a need for policy changes in multiple areas, starting from finance, security. Those are things required. Secondly, now comes up issues, rather than making it a medicalization of the issues of the elderly, but there's a crucial medical part also that it needs to tackle with. That is up to us on geriatric care. I know Adi really brought it up, that the number of geriatricians in India is pathetic. So again comes to policy issue. The way we are working now, so one of my areas when EG was on improving emergency and trauma systems in India. Now we are working with the UP government. Just 2 months ago, I was Shakti Nagpalji to start revamp the emergency and trauma centers in UP. Yeah. So one of the policy matters would also come up for these, the way the elderly require is geriatric care, indeed that. However, more important would be, and this is for the entrepreneur and many of us and the younger one. So one of the greatest needs comes up is if not all elderly can afford an attendant, many can. And you don't have trained attendants. In fact, for my own father, who was the chairman of one of the nationalized banks, when he needed day-to-day care, we were not able to get, I didn't get a nurse, but he didn't require nursing. He required somebody to take him to the toilet, to walk with him, help him wear clothes. So you don't have people who are trained as attendants. You don't have that. And that's where we are working now with the in Delhi University and Ambedkar University to develop a 2-month training course so that a lot of young people under the Skill India program could be trained to be attendants for their elderly. So there's a huge need, but there is a huge supply gap. So bring them together under the Skill India, and we realized that it wasn't one of the Skill India programs. We didn't look at it. So we have worked around this system. That's okay. Medical colleges, Safdarjung Hospital, the medical college is doing that. So we'll produce, say, first batch or 2 batches, and then let it up for the government to take it as and scale it up in other parts of the country. That's part. My last couple of minutes would be on, Shilpi had asked me to speak on loneliness for the elderly. Paribhasha kya hai loneliness? Who's lonely? A person who's alone is lonely? Usually not. People are pretty comfortable with themselves. So loneliness is again a personal social construct. I feel lonely, so thus I am lonely. Even if I have 10 people around me, because I'm unable to relate, I do not smile, I do not look up to them. I was talking to Mitaji when we were felicitating our young singer here that हौसला अफजाई करना जरूरी है. That's how you relate to people. So loneliness is a personal social construct, and one of the best ways of managing is how do you prepare for your elderly days when you are a little younger or in mid-50s or earlier. So it is the lifespan course which is going to determine the way you manage your elderly years. It's not necessarily that you start preparing for your days of the elderly the day you retire and after that. It has to start 15, 20 years ago. And that means I think my colleagues here would be much better than me talking about loneliness, counseling them, how to go. But certain factors which either make people lonely and then towards depression, or bring them in and lead normal, happy, active lives, even whichever age they are isolation, rejection, aggression, and negative thoughts. So if you try to isolate ourselves, I was in Gurgaon, 37 kilometers away at a family function, but I promised you that I'll come. I could easily told her at the last moment, Nitaji, no, I'm so tired, I can't come. So I would have isolated myself. I would have rejected a place where I can meet so many more diverse culture people and who stimulate me not only mentally but emotionally and spiritually. So that's one part, let's say. In the end, I would like to compliment one of the speakers who brought up, especially Shadab Madamji, on education. Being spiritual is a very important part of all aspects of life. Religion is your choice, spirituality is not your choice. It is a defining feature of humanity. That is what is important. We give it up on our pedal, on social pedal. So being spiritual is not a thing which you can choose to say. You can choose to say I'm an atheist, but there's hardly a person who can say I'm not spiritual, because that itself makes a person the enemy of the rest of us. So I'd like to end up with this point that a lot can be done for the psychological care of the elderly by we ourselves to prepare, but there are certain conditions which need to be dealt with the society. The onus is on the society. So I cannot stop, or a person cannot stop from becoming a widower, or children going abroad and were left alone. So social construct, the small family norm has hurt people 30 years later. We didn't realize when we were talking about small family norm earlier. Today you realize that people are just left with no one. So what has happened is they have been churning in the society, and to find out simplistic answers would be hurtful. There are no simplistic answers to this problem here. But to say there are no answers would itself also be very negative. So we got to put our heads together and find out, and you can make cases into 3 or 4 baskets that such people require such kind of thing, including medical and psychological help. Is that very important commitment? But a large number of us can do without that. It's just the social issues and where we can help them. So we can divide our elderly who have issues or problems or psychological problems in 3 or 4 baskets. And that will be the way to start with and realize, okay, this kind of elderly need this. Not everybody, we don't have number of psychologists enough to deal with the lacks of individuals who are requiring or being lonely. They're lonely because they have rejected many parts of society. So you need to train them. And that's where I like to use the word life skills education, Jeevan Kushal time. And Viniji will be happy to know that Panchatantra ki kahaniyan, Aesop's fables, Buddhist stories are all based on the 10 life skills. Self-awareness being the primary one of them. If you're self-aware, you become empathetic, you're able to deal with problems better, you relate to others because you see the same issues as a human being. So, सबसे ज़्यादा जो है, self-awareness is an issue. And the Eastern philosophy is always, as we talked about, look inwards. I was speaking with my friend here. So looking inward has been a way of moving about and taking our human journey to its logical conclusion has been my stretch for a long time. Look inwards and your outward path is defined. Let's end with that. Thank you very much for listening patiently and thank you for giving me a chance.
Thanks, Dr. Patanjali Nair, for such marvelous insights. I can see that audience has, responded to your insightful talks in a very receptive manner. Thanks a lot. I would like to call upon Ms. Alina for felicitating Dr. Patanjali Nair.
Today's National Symposium on Elder Psychological Care is sponsored by lead partner SENI by TZMO Group and associate sponsor Skybarge Private Limited. The event is being supported by All India Radio, Aerotatvika, Marina Handcrafts, and Sukhmanch Theatre. We are happy to announce that SENI is giving away product samples and gifts for everybody attending the symposium today. Please do collect them at the end of the symposium.
Thank you, Shri. I would like to now call upon Goenka ji to please be with us here on the stage and share some insightful perspective from your side. Thank you so much.
So, yes, please. Goenka ji is currently a member of CRIS, the Center for Radio Information Systems. I think this will be something new that you can share with us, a new area for you.
My namaste to everybody. Am I audible? I was talking to the professor. It is so easy to go on television, debate and fight and make the points. But to speak on this kind of sensible platform, it's very difficult. Let me tell you, Dr. Nair, every word of yours, I was taking down my notes, so I'll try and go back and contribute this thing. Madam Mita, I've been watching you on the television. I never knew that I'll be meeting you today, else I would have got my son along with me to meet you. See, as a child, I was always thinking on what is the difference between education, intelligence, experience. Coming from a very humble background, I used to think सब कुछ एक जैसा है, everything is same. And then one old story, probably each of you have heard this story 10 to 15 times or maybe more than that. Only our friend should have heard it probably, so I'll just tell it for you. So there was a marriage party, there was a bride finding party which was trying to go and find a bride, दुल्हन देखने के लिए जा रहे थे. And they went to the probable groom's place, and there they had a list of demands. So in past in India there used to be demands also, there were some unhealthy or unsocial things where demands were there. So they had demands, in marriage we should have this kind of food, this should be served. And practically speaking, the list which was there was very unrealistic. थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही मांग लिया था. So generally you would expect 30-40 items to be eating in that the platter they served. They were having a list. So the bride side was very uncomfortable that this list of food which is being demanded cannot be fulfilled, and it was going to be very expensive. बहुत महंगा. But they said, we will fulfill all your needs. Whatever you ask us for us to provide in the food, we will give it to you. But there are two conditions. Condition number one, we cannot bring more than 50 guests. And two, ours is a very young village, so you can't have anybody who comes beyond 50 years. The eldest one will be 50 years. Probably most of you now know this story, but yes. So, when this condition was told to the bridegroom's side, they agreed because the people were like me, not so wise, half intelligent, half learned. They agreed and they went back and they were very happy. See, we negotiated a lot of mithais served in the food. When they went back and they met the grandfather of the groom, the grandfather of the groom said, there is some trick inside this. There will be some catch. Why don't you take me in the marriage party? And they said, we have promised we will not bring anybody who is elderly. We will only bring somebody who is young, smart looking and all this. No one with that stick or... He insisted, no, please take me. So they took him inside a basket so that he cannot be seen, and he said, I'll sit inside the basket, you give me something to eat, I'll sit there, and in case there is something, you can consult me. So they took him. Once they reached that marriage place, the food was being served in very less quantity, but the number of items were there. And the bride side said, we have one more condition. If you want to eat it, you eat it with straight hand. You cannot fold your hand. No, you eat it with cutlery or you eat it with bare hands, you have to fold your hand, right? So they said, if you want to eat, you have to eat it with straight hands. Now they were fixed because they cannot eat with straight hands, right? Neither with cutlery or so. And then they started thinking, what do we do? One of them said, yes, my grandfather is in that box there, which I've kept. Let me ask this old man whether he knows some solution. So he rushes under some name, goes to that box and whispers to him, फंसा दिया everyone. They have put us in a situation. We are being asked to eat with straight hand. How do we eat? And the old man inside the box tells him, it's very easy. Why don't you sit in the line, pick it up, and pass it on to the next one who is there, and he will eat it. Now, the simple story, when Shilpi ji called me, I was thinking, what will a career politician come here and speak? And it was so difficult. And that too coming from a background where I only do non-kinetic warfare. So my book is on data warfare. I deal with journalists. I sit in something which is real based. But ma'am, sitting there, I thought I should share this, that wisdom is bigger than intelligence and education. Because wisdom is intelligence, education multiplied with experience. And you cannot replace this experience. That comes from the I've been blessed because we have been 4 generations in one house. When I was born, my great-grandfather was there, and my son was born, my grandfather was there. And we have photographs, we have been, and so probably the culture came down. I had an opportunity to meet a big economist, S. Gurumurthy, and we were flying. So he was flying the same plane and I jumped in. Those were the days when I used to work with IBM Corporation. I was gainfully employed by ऐसा नहीं था सर जो आज हो पहले अच्छा था. So those days I used to be working. So working with IBM, you have US norms, you see all these things multinational, and I said, sir, they have something called as 401k plan, where the elders have been social security norms, where elders have been taken. Why don't we have this kind of thing here? And he said, yes, we should consider as something as a country that we should have some kind of scheme like this. But second thought is we stay in India, and culture in India is a little different than West. And he said we have a culture of taking care of elders, not from our own family, from also from society. So probably our needs are not that pressing, where we have to jump and adopt everything which is there in the West. I was young, you have your ideas, and when you're at 30s, you don't agree with anybody who suggests you things. But then I had an opportunity to go to my village. I come from Junjunu, which is in Rajasthan. If you know Junjunu, it is the maximum soldier-giving district of this country. Maximum uniformed soldiers come from this. Every village has some bust or idol or photographs outside the village, which are the boys who have laid down their life. And I'm very proud. My village also has a couple of dozen of photographs outside the village, and they're very proud. In my marriage, we did not have any firecrackers or no drums were beaten because I got married in 1999 and we lost 6 boys from my village. My grandfather insisted, "Gaon ka ladka gaya hai, iske liye patake nahi phodeenge, drum nahi batenge." That culture. And that was the time when my grandfather denied no music will be played in the marriage. That I understood what does it mean by coexistence and importance of coexistence. And what Guru Murthy was telling me that time. Sir, to answer you, yes, as the government, a very thoughtful government, the people's government, pension schemes, nutritional security has been thought, and that's why you would have seen that in the government, we were the first government to react and provide free food, and not for 1, 2, 3, for 80 crores, and for your understanding, 800 million people were provided free food, and that's free rations will be given till December 2020. So that's one. 2, sir, Ayushman Bharat. That's not how it will protect the people, and medical expenses till 5 lakh rupees will be provided. That is. Third, the expenses of medicines are very high, and you would appreciate Prime Minister Modi understood this because he comes from a very humble background. He himself has a mother to take care, and so medicines have been provided in the shops, which are low-cost medicines, and general medicines are very, very competitive rated. Sir, I have written this book, Data Sovereignty, along with journals, and one of the journal is experiences of my age. So I had an opportunity to write somebody which is very elderly. General Party has children of my age. So that book, and while writing that book, while we were talking about new age technology, how to use data as a warfare weapon, but he could also tell us what has to be taken care of. So we took his wisdom. And let me tell you, sir, I come from a culture where I relate everybody with my mother. There are very few countries in the world where the nation has been addressed as mother. I call my nation as Bharat Mata. So that feeling of everybody around is my parents and take care of them comes from that particular connotation of Bharat Mata. We not only consider and remember our elderly people or old people on a particular day by celebrating Mother's Day or Father's Day, but we have a full fortnight, 15 days. We will not only remember our seniors or elders, but we also remember our dead and their ancestors. Pitru Paksha, which is recently just over. Entire 15 days of a calendar year has been dedicated to remember your forefathers, not one generation, 2 generations, but 21 generations. I think probably the civilization, the culture we come from is very proud of that. Shilpi ji, I've been to attend a seminar. But once they habituated to see you in 4 or 5 programs a day, then they stop talking to you. But I promise you today, my dinner table will have conversation about this particular meeting, and I'll educate my son what I've done from this particular. Sir, there are some few more things I wish I would have had more time to speak, which I've just taken extempore to write here. But the concept of Nana Nani Park, dedicated public gardens where seniors can come, and the facilities inside the gardens will suit to their needs, whether they wheelchair or people with walk. Access and mobility. I come from railways, you have seen the last 4 years, the platform access to senior citizens has been improved, and we have given the rings which are there, the rings are there. In the coaches, there are one of the toilet is enabled with senior citizens, and I'm proud that my Prime Minister personally took interest in this particular. Access on the road, low deck buses, which will allow senior citizens to travel in public transport. They have been provided under the national rejuvenation plans which are there, the funding which has been going. So is the education that if you see all the Sarkari buildings, all the government buildings, been asked to create ramps which will allow Divyans, with also senior citizens to walk honorably without any help inside the building to the purpose. Today you have educated me, man. I have many teachers who educated me, you educated me. I'll go back, share this experience with my party, man. Make sure that we maybe make policies, we discuss policies. We will have this element in our mind and soul that every policy suits to the need of my future after 20 years. When I will become a senior citizen, I will take care of that my future is protected. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you everybody for giving me such a patience hearing. Bharat Mata ki Jai.
Thank you, Viniji. Thank you so much. And taking your time.
थैंक यू सो मच विनीत जी आपने इतना बहुत ही इंसाइटफुल एंड थॉटफुल इंफॉर्मेटिव स्पीच शेयर किया वी ऑल आर सो enriched by the kind of information you have shared, so thoughtful despite being an IT professional by background. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Dr. Baharul Islam, if you can kindly come and do the honors, felicitating Mr. Vineet Venkaji. Thanks a lot. Now, let's take a musical break. Our musical team is ready. Please come and take your place on the stage. I'd like to invite Suniti Bhattacharya, Anup Kumar Bhattacharya, and J.D. Hajra. So please come on the stage and take your place.
While the musicians get ready to perform for the musical break, I must announce the arrival of our chief guest, Dr. Deepak Vora. आपका ही इंतजार हो रहा था. That is what stands out about him, his humility, his smile and the vocal presence. And being a voice coach, I always recommend my students to listen to his speeches. So thank you so much for graciously accepting our invitation. Superman, Iron Man, Ant-Man, सबके बारे में सुना होगा. He is the strong man. All right, so we will move on to the musical break. Okay. Oh, I have to also introduce Sky Barge team here. We have Sky Barge as our associate sponsor, the CEO Nishil Bal, and the director. Please come back. चुपके से आप लोग अंदर आ गए, मुझे पता भी नहीं चला. When I just spotted you. चुपके से सब करते हैं. So he's Nishil Bal. My good luck, they are so very important. And the program wouldn't have been possible without your partnership. Thank you so much.
So during this musical break, we have the Nightingale of an artist, Suniti Bhattacharya, who is going to present Marare Guitar Gopal in her melodious voice. An interesting fact about Suniti is that she is regarded as Shreya Ghoshal her college. So she's very happy to be here among all of us, and she's accompanied by highly accomplished musicians, Anup Kumar Bhattacharya and Joydeep Hazra. Thank you so much. Yes, please. Thank you, Suniti. Thank you, Anu and Jenny. You have added profound pleasantness to the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all wish them a bright future in their musical journey. I'd like to invite Mr. Ratnadeep. I'd like to invite Mr. Ratnadeep Datta. Can you please come here and do the honors of felicitating the young musicians? inviting Shilpi to do the honors. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you, Ratnati Kapoor. Thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Bipin B. Chaudhary. Okay, can I call? Yes, so we are now going to have a look at the most awaited part of this program. The film Poonam is going to be played very soon, and we all can have a nice look at the film, how and what it is to offer to all of us in the form of social message. May I request to play the social short film movie Poonam. Social short film Poonam to play on the screen.
जो दिल कहता है वही कहता ओ मेरी पूनम ओ मेरी पूनम
सुनो दिल की बात कहती हूँ जो दिल कहता है वही कहती हूँ ओ मेरी सूरज ओ मेरी सूरज
तेरे लिए जीता मरता ओ मेरी पूनम
वहां खड़े कर क्या रहे थे? मरने जा रहे थे। और इतने साल कहाँ? और अब वापस क्यों आए? इतना बदल गया मुझसे कुछ। You sounding so old. सफेद बाल उड़ गया।
तुम बिल्कुल नहीं बदले, वही चेहरा, वही अदा, वही मुस्कुराहट।
थोड़ा बदल गया, ये सब 1980 का कमाल।
वही मेरा दीवानापन तो नहीं।
आसान ये दीवाना एकदम मुझे छोड़ के क्यों चला गया? दो बच्चे हैं मेरे, the boy is in Canada, the girl is in Australia. दोनों की शादी हो चुकी है, बच्चे हैं। So actually मैं नानी भी हूँ और दादी भी। लेकिन मैं यहीं रहती हूँ। शुरू के दिनों में जाती थी, बुलाते थे। No holidays. कहीं ना कहीं उन्हें आपकी जरूरत है भी और नहीं भी। आप आ जाते तो आप अपने आप को एकदम कुछ समय बाद फालतू सा महसूस करने लगते। यहाँ आते तो फिर वही अजीब सा अकेलापन। तो मैंने लोग छोड़ो यहीं रहते अपने दम पर, अकेले और तक।
और तुम्हारे पति?
डाइवोर्स हो चुका था हमारा साल।
डाइवोर्स? क्यों?
छोड़ो, अपनी सुनाओ। You really want to hear? उनका अफेयर चल रहा था। वो चाहते नहीं थे कि वो बच्चों और मेरे साथ रहे। So it was.
I'm just coming. Yeah. How do we get out?
फिर एक दिन तो हद ही हो गई। माउंटेनियरिंग बॉयज ने मुझे वहां से निकाला। वो नहीं होते उस दिन तो कोई जंगली जानवर का लंच बन के कुछ महीने बाद जब अस्पताल से निकली फाइनली मुझे लगा बस बहुत हो गया। I asked for the divorce, got it. फिर मैं यहीं बस गई। शुरू में एक घर किराए पे ली,
दोनों बच्चे मेरे साथ थे। उनको बड़ा किया, पढ़ाया, they went to college, got married. That's it.
Job? नौकरी?
हाँ, नहीं तो कैसे पालते? एक संस्था के साथ लगी रही काफी साल। They took care of my house. प्रोफेसर साहब ने तो कहा था, मैं जिस दिन प्रोफेसर बन जाऊंगा, उस दिन तुम्हें जॉब करने की जरूरत नहीं है। फिर प्रोफेसर साहब मर गए। You remember that? मैं BSc कर रही थी और आप प्रोफेसर बन नहीं पाए। You know, today I have an NGO farm. ये सारे पेड़ देखिए, ये हमने नहीं। You see that? Bareness है। लेकिन जहाँ पेड़ है वहाँ लैंडस्लाइड नहीं हो सकती। So our NGO takes care of all this. We plant the trees, prevent deforestation. This whole mountain is thanks to the work of my lovely people. आज मैं अपने लगाए पौधे देखने आई। तुम दिख गए। क्या कर रहे थे यहाँ?
ऐसे ही घूमने आया था। तुम ले गई।
तुमने शादी वादी की? बच्चे बच्चे हैं?
की थी, सहिता चल बसी, लड़का है। वो आ गया, मेरा बेटा आ गया। मैंने कहा था ना, वो जरूर आएगा, वो मुझे यहाँ से ले जाएगा। बहुत प्यार कर रहा है वो मुझसे। 3 साल का था तब से सीने से लगा के उसे रखा है, पाला है। मुझे याद है, एक बार वो बहुत थक गया था, मैं उसे कंधे पर लेकर घूम रहा था, सुसु कर दी थी उसने। मैंने कपड़े ही नहीं पोछे, आज तक मेरी सांसों में वो महक है। मैं तुम्हें मिलने जरूर आऊंगा। अच्छा, ख्याल रखना। ठीक है, ख्याल रखना। मेरा बेटा आया था ना?
हाँ, आया तो था। आपके बारे में नहीं पूछा उसने, वो आपके अंतिम संस्कार का खर्चा देने के लिए आया था।
अंतिम संस्कार? वो मुझे यहाँ से ले जाएगा। बहुत प्यार करना है वो मुझसे। 3 साल का था तब से सीने से लगा के उसे रखा है, पाला है। वो आ गया, मेरा बेटा आ गया। मैंने कहा था ना, वो जरूर आएगा। कोई नहीं, नो।
मेरे घर चल।
मैं क्या करूँ?
नाच करेंगे। चलेगा शादी में चलो और सवाल में Come.
बच्चों को तो एक दिन घोंसला छोड़ना ही है और लौटने की संभावना भी लगभग दुर्लभ। सबको समान अधिकार है ना अकेलेपन को दूर करने का। तो क्यों ना बाकी जिंदगी हंसते हंसते कट जाए किसी साथी के साथ, पूनम और सूरज की तरह।
चिड़िया जिस पेड़ पर घोंसला बनाएंगे उसे उसी में रहना भी पड़ेगा। लेकिन आज के ग्लोबल कल्चर का कॉमर्स बच्चों को घर से दूर विदेशों में ले जाकर घोंसले बनवा देता है और यह समस्या इसी तरह बढ़ती चली जा रही है। वार्ता और भूल सुधार से हर समस्या का निदान है।
It's a disease like any other disease. It's like dementia and Alzheimer's. It's like Parkinson's disease. Because if you're lonely, the body and the mind shut down.
Children are moving away from looking for a safety, but there is loneliness. Even in homes where the elders stay with the children themselves. If a person of 25 or 20 makes a choice of a companion, nobody questions that. Why then for an elderly person? Companionship, social interaction is well within the human context. And if somebody wishes to have a companion in their elderly life, I think everybody should get one.
I think the time has come when our society needs to be sensitized about elderly companionship.
Everyone needs a companion till you walk into the sunset.
Loneliness has turned into a global epidemic due to urbanization and lifestyle changes, occurring due to mobile phones, social media, and other lonely habits. Health-wise, loneliness is as bad as smoking 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Does that sound alarming to you? 50% of Parisians live alone, and over 30% of UK households are one person. Over 50% of elders above the age of 75 live alone in UK. Depression and other mental disorders have become rampant, in addition to the economic cost. This is just an example, and the scenario across the globe, including India, is no better. As per Census 2011, India has over 104 million elders, which is 8.6% of the population aged over 60, where females outnumber males. India has undergone a demographic transition in the past 50 years, tripling the elder count. This percentage is slated to rise to 11.6% of the population, or 159 million by 2025, according to United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Now talking about what Karista intends to do. Karista Foundation is attempting to address the loneliness and depression in elders. In India, we must work towards having a set of governance or policies that address the issue. The National Symposium on Elder Psychological Care aims to raise awareness about this issue and involve the individual, social, corporate, government cooperation to help create a field of happiness, joy, and laughter for elders. Poonam, the social short that showcases their loneliness and need for companionship. The question we need to ask ourselves is, are we giving our elders hope? Since time immemorial, storytelling has been a powerful medium of communication. In that whole scheme visual, storytelling through film is the strongest medium of evoking an emotional response. We hope our film has stirred your emotions at various levels. Now, I would like to introduce our honorable chief guest, Ambassador Dr. Deepak Bohra, the strong man of our country. Although he doesn't require any introduction, we are honored to share a few interesting facts about him. He's the special advisor to the Prime Minister of Lesotho and Guinea-Bissau, and to the Ladakh Autonomous Hill Development Councils, Kargil and Leh. He has served as Ambassador of India to Armenia, Georgia, Sudan, South Sudan, Poland, and Lithuania. In October 2005, Armenia awarded a gold medal and named a school after him. Sudan gave him its highest civilian honor, and he was made Prince of an African tribe in 2006. Not many know that when Indian oil workers were kidnapped in Sudan in 2007, Ambassador Bohra offered himself in exchange for the hostages. Not many of us would ever dare to do so. He is India's most loved television figure, who was shortlisted by a women's magazine as one of the most sensational personalities in India. We are very humbled to have you among us, sir. You are inspirational and truly a son of India. May I invite Dr. Deepak Bohra, please come up on stage to share your invaluable insights and ideas with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all give him a standing ovation to the son of India, Ambassador Dr. Deepak Bohra.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Secretary, and thank you, Mr. Datta. ये चलता है? नहीं चलता. चलता है. ठीक है. मेरा नाम दीपक बोहरा है. मैं भारत का सबसे खूबसूरत राजदूत हूँ. सबसे स्मार्ट नहीं. 70 साल का हो गया तो क्या हुआ? अभी भी बहुत हसीन हूँ. My daughter doesn't believe I'm 71. She asked me, Papa, जब आप एब्राहम लिंकन के परवादा के साथ पढ़ते थे तो मौसम कैसा था? वो सोचती है 300 था. She thinks I'm 300. My daughter. We had some. I was posted in Spain. तो वहाँ पर हमारा एक international conference on aging हुआ था. So this is of interest to you. हमारे एक मंत्री आए थे भारत से. And since I was the officiating ambassador, मैं उनका briefcase उठा के I went to the conference. और वहाँ पर स्पेन के मंत्री बड़े छाती फुला के कह रहे थे कि we have 600 senior citizens homes in Spain. How many do you have in India? And my minister responded, I have 220 million because every home in India is an old person's home. We don't kick them out of our homes. The young lady referred to the fact that there is loneliness in Britain and in other countries. Britain and Japan have ministers for loneliness, where they train young people to be companions. I also sent my photograph, saying many of them are rich widows. If they are rich, I'm coming. So they responded saying, we are lonely, but we are not that lonely. Brought me crashing down to earth. As I walked in here, I did a very quick calculation. There is 2,000 years of collective experience in this room, of which 50 is mine. And if I add all the others who work, there's 2,000 years. Collective experience. Can you imagine what we can do with that? I really do believe now that I'm a senior citizen. What is 71? Midway between senior and super senior. All right. You invert the things, right? So I was a bit late because the boss wanted a briefing. Two senior citizens, a chap called Bidensky and another fellow called Putinsky, and a junior fellow called Zelensky, they have shaken up the world. So he wanted to know what's going on. So we told him nothing is going on. We wish something was going on. And we just voted in the United Nations. We've abstained from the vote. So everybody was either very happy or very angry, or whatever. Let them do what they want. That's why I was a little late, but As a senior citizen now, this present government, sir, please forget the fact that I work for them. The kind of facilities we get, train में भी मिलता था 50% discount, Air India gives me 50% discount. Restaurants don't give. We should find out. So, I do believe that the facilities being given to us in India are at par with any of the countries that I've been privileged to serve in. You refer to the fact, man, that I was made prince of an African tribe. We couldn't find anybody else. So I was walking down, they said, come here. Would you like to be a prince? I said, what's that? So they gave me a crown and they put a sash around me, and then they gave me a wife. And she was 6'4", nilotic. So I told His Majesty the King, I said, sir, please keep her in safe deposit. I can barely manage one wife. She said, yeah, manage two. By the way, I have one wife for 45 years. We've been married for 45 years. So please, we thank Miss Das, and we thank Mr. Datta and all the others who sponsored this. It's a great event, और आज की जो आपकी सरकार है, उनका बहुत विचार है towards senior citizens. Family से हो ना हो, but at government level, but Prime Minister is 8 months older than I am. So I should call him very big. So we are very concerned about this. I'm part of the core group that deals with issues. वो रैम्स बना दिए, ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया, but ultimately it's the acceptance. और वो acceptance हमारी परंपरा की सबसे पहली है. माँ बाप को घर से बाहर निकाल. अब शुरू हो गया है ग्लोबलाइजेशन जैसी मैडम कह रही है, वो अलग बात है. We have 2 children, both live in the United States. तो किस तरह का? एक तीसरा था adopted, वो कारगिल मिस हो गया, गहरी नींद. He died for India. होता रहता है. So, all I can say is that as a senior citizen of India, I believe we are in the best country that we could possibly be, where there is social care for us, there's family care, and now there is government care. I believe this combination will be very strong. आप में से कभी किसी को मौका लगे to go to Kargil? Have you heard of Kargil? All right. So please go there. One of the most beautiful parts of India. I'm a Buddhist by adoption. So if you get a chance, please go. There's a magnificent place called Apati. And in the hill in Apati, there's a 100-foot statue of the Buddha. Bamiyan family. वो तालिबान ने तोड़ा दिए थे उनको in Afghanistan, हमने यहाँ में रखा हुआ है. And at the foot of the Lord is my memorial. The Indian Army built it for me. I'm still alive, man. This is not a ghost. But I had it built. And it simply says, Deepa Pora, 1951, the year I was manufactured in India, dash eternity. And below that, in my totally illegible handwriting, I've written, scattered in the dust, silent I remain. When India's bugle calls, I will rise again. Thank you for the honor. Please don't believe any of the stuff in my biodata. I wrote it myself. I'm in women's magazines doing funny things. When I was young, I was good. Fine, all right, let it go. But I did act in 2 Bollywood films. This I must confess. When I was 21. And both were super flops. One producer committed suicide. The other fellow is still missing. We don't know what. Neither of them gave me my money. But now that I'm old, I don't know if I would act in them again. So thank you for the honor. Thank you for, ma'am, thank you for inviting me. You're an outstanding daughter of India. Thank you for drawing attention to this. India is privileged to have daughters like you. I wish you good luck on your personal and professional journey. Sir, you're very young, but in another 500 years when you reach my age, you'll realize that it's very exciting. You know, one final thing before I go. Sorry. I'm still a little... So I was told by a good friend in America, he said, paint half your... Well, my hair is black, I bleach it, huh? That's why it looks white. He said, make half of it black, half of it white. So if you tease the young lady and she responds, you show the black hair. If she gets upset and calls the police, you show the white hair. How could I do this? I'm sorry, what a terrible thing to say. But this was an American friend of mine who's a politician who said, all politicians are very good, sir. So it's just something very, very nice. I see a lot of senior citizens. Thank you. Thank you for being sons and daughters of India. Thank you for being born in this country. And thank you for making your contribution for India to reach its destiny. We are there. Thank you so much. रुकू चाय मिलेगी पैसे तो नहीं लेंगे
Thank you so much. Look at the audience, how you made them break in peals of laughter. That was really great.
I used to be a service joker.
Isn't he multifaceted?
He is also a comedian or something like that. Stand up comic. I was a sit down comic.
Thank you.
That's why I never was silent. You will.
आपकी तारीफ की लिस्ट तो खत्म नहीं होगी. Okay, let me invite Nishchal Bal, CEO of Skybarge Air Freight, our associate sponsor, to do the honor of felicitating Ambassador Dr. Deepak Vora. Nishchal, thank you so much for making time out for us. Did you also do the same thing? Did you bleach too? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Oh, please do that. Please take a good photograph. Hold on. Take a good picture. So I told you I was an actor. You were a favorite one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now it's time to listen to what Meeta Vasishji has to say. I always found her a woman of substance, very elegant, and her commendable choice of work that she has been contributing to the films and theatre has always drawn my attention towards her work. Thank you so much for being such an integral part of our film. I think the film became what it had to because of you, and you're here today. Please come and share your thoughts about the issue and the cause.
Hello, Adi. Namaskar. Hi. I have to say one thing. There was a lot of things I wanted to say, but Vineet ji has already spoken about it, and I was so happy that actually this is already being addressed at government level. I was 12 years old when I watched you on Doordarshan. And we all were so enamored of you. So today when I knew you were going to be here, and I was so heartbroken to know, well, it's congratulations for a 45-year-old man, but I was hoping you're single. But so I'm here also with my mother, who's 83 years old. I was born in 1961, so I turned 60 last year. So today, Mummy and I are the same generation. We are both senior citizens. She is my future, as all our parents are. आप जितनी भी उम्र के हो, आप 10 साल के हो, whether you're 5 years old or 10 or 15, the minute you become aware, you realize that your parents are not some old fuddy-duddies. They are what you are going to be in the future. You're going to be old. You're not going to stay young forever. So my mother is my future and I am her past. Once upon a time, she was like me, perhaps, the age. So sometimes when we think of doing things for senior citizens and we talk about it, us and a them, we are doing it for them. Actually, there's no us and them. We are going to be them, they were us, and so there's actually no divide. I became acutely aware of this thing of, I lived my life as an actress for most of my life, but the last 15 years of my life suddenly became very, very conscious about what it was to have parents and senior people in your life, आपके जीवन में जो आपके बुजुर्ग होते हैं, और उनको खोने का क्या मतलब होता है, ये भी होता है. So right now in my family, there's only my mother left of that entire generation that I used to call uncles, aunts, father, cousins of my parents. Nobody is around. So it's a very strange thing, and that's the one time I wish I had children, because maybe I would have had something to have as a continuity. But then somebody has said already that you've got to be very lucky if you have good children. Otherwise, I think it was Shakespeare who said how much sharper than a serpent's tooth it is to have a thankless child. तो इस देश में हमने कहीं ना कहीं, इट्स अ वंडरफुल थिंग दैट जो सरकार है हमारी आज की, वो ऑलरेडी सीनियर सिटीजन के बारे में इतना सीरियसली सोचने लगी. क्योंकि पहले हमारे देश में ये था कि आज के दौर में बच्चे हैं तो आपकी देखभाल हो जाएगी, लेकिन विनीत जी के जैसे 4 जनरेशंस हैं एक ही घर में अभी भी रह रहे, ऐसे परंपरा कम होती गई है. दिस होल सिस्टम ऑफ 4 generations of people living together, growing together, eating together, sharing lives together is really almost getting over. And it's true that a lot of children do not look after their parents, not because they don't want to. I will just share a very small personal thing that happened. Some 4 or 5 years ago, a friend of mine and I, we were going to see a matinee show at the only single hall in Juhu in Bombay, Chandan Cinema, single theatre. Not like the multiplex. By the way, my mother loves watching movies, but she cannot go to movies now because everything is in a multiplex, which means so many stairs to climb, dimly lit hall, no railings, how do you haul yourself up? She loves the experience of, if she could buy a ticket herself and see the first day, first show, she would have done it, if the cinema halls were the kind where you could go. Now you have to negotiate traffic, so many corridors, so many alleys, so many crowds before you get into a multiplex. And when I tell a mom, nahi picture dekhni hai, you know, and she's a person who always loved seeing films. So anyway, I was standing outside the cinema hall and we were just about to buy our tickets, a friend of mine and I. And a woman who was possibly middle-aged according to me, she came up to me and she said, आप बुरा ना माने तो मेरे पास 3 टिकट हैं, आप 2 लेडीज हैं, आप 2 तो मुझसे खरीद लीजिए तो मेरे टिकट वेस्ट नहीं जाएंगे. तो हमने कहा कोई बात नहीं. तो हमने वो टिकट वाले को बोला भैया आप रहने दो, हम इनसे ले लें. हाँ, तो हमने उनसे 2 टिकट खरीद लिए, 1 टिकट बाकी था. तो हमने 2 टिकट ले लिए, उनको 250 रुपए का 1 टिकट था, 500 रुपए दे दिए. अब 1 टिकट बेचने के लिए वो खड़ी रही. तो मैंने अचानक उनसे पूछा, कोई मिला नहीं उनको, तो मैंने कहा ये आप 1 टिकट क्यों बेच रही हैं? कहते नहीं, दरअसल हुआ ये कि मैं और मेरी 2 सहेलियां हम पिक्चर देखने आए थे, तो इसलिए मैंने टिकट खरीद ली. ये बैल्कनी में थोड़ा सामने वाली सीट है, उनको पीछे की सीट चाहिए थे, तो उन्होंने कहा हमको नहीं देखनी. आई डोंट वांट टू सी द फिल्म बिकॉज दे weren't happy about the seats. And then she started telling me, so she said, I'm a retired bank worker. So that means she must have been, whatever, 55, 60, when do they retire? I don't know. She had become widowed early in her life. She had a daughter who was very considerate and nice. लेकिन वो बेटी की अपनी परिवार था, छोटी बच्ची थी, अपना हस्बैंड था, तो वो थोड़ा बिजी थी. उसकी अपनी सहेलियों के भी हस्बैंड जिंदा थे, उनके अपने बच्चे थे. तो ये औरत 55 या 60 साल की उम्र में 1 टिकट लिए खड़ी है कि मैं इसको बेच दूं और मैं घर जाऊं अपने पैसे देके. तो मैंने उनसे पूछा, मैंने कहा आपको पिक्चर नहीं देखनी है क्या? कहती हाँ मुझे देखनी है. तो मैंने कहा तो फिर आपके पास 1 टिकट है तो आप क्यों नहीं पिक्चर देख रहे हैं? कहती मैं अकेले कैसे पिक्चर देख रही हूँ? So I said, अकेले नहीं है आप, और किसने कहा आप अकेले पिक्चर नहीं देख सकते हैं? Who says you can't watch a movie by yourself? I said, वैसे आप अकेले नहीं है, हम 2 लड़कियां हैं, लेडीज हैं, तो हम आपके बगल में बैठे होंगे तो आपको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. और आप चिंता मत कीजिए, हम आपसे ज्यादा बातचीत भी नहीं करेंगे अगर आपको प्रॉब्लम है. अगर हम कोई, fortunately I think she realized I'm an actress, so she realized I wasn't someone trying to, you know, hoodwink her and maybe just do something. For her, this woman who was only
so young. She must have got at least 35 years of her life ahead of her, still lying before her. She did not have the concept that if she wants to see a movie, she can see it herself. And go, of course, you can do this in Bombay, maybe not in Delhi, Bombay, maybe, or matinee show there. So she sat next to us. It was in a state of wonderment that I'm actually seeing a film by myself. And in the interval, we just turned to her and said, "Oh, we're going out. Do you want to have some popcorns or some chai or samosa?" क्योंकि चंदन में अभी भी समोसा मिलता है, हाँ, वो मैकडॉनल्ड नहीं मिलता. तो हमने कहा आपको समोसा चाहिए, हम ले आए. नहीं. Then I think she went and she got it on her own. And that day, the matinee, she left after picture देखने के बाद. I think उस छोटे से encounter में, और हम उसका credit नहीं ले रहे थे. हम तो थोड़ा ले रहे हैं, we lived our lives like that. But for someone who was brought up in a system of family and bank job and this and that, the social convention is so strong that this poor lady thought this her life is over. Daughter's married. अब अगर कोई दो सहेलियां मिल जाए, if she gets two friends, then only can she go to watch a movie. Then only can she maybe take a vacation. And I wanted to make this point that this is what our country needs right now, and maybe, sir, a policy will help, where there are tours, matinee shows for senior citizens, for single senior citizens, and travel and tours. Because I know my mother and father, जब उन्होंने मुझे decide किया कि अपने army की pension से, my father fought in all the 3 wars. We never had much money. I mean, when he retired, his pension was 2,000 rupees. And we were all college going. So imagine what it must have meant. It's just good that the government increased the army pension later. But so when I was in Bombay, they put their money together and got me a second-hand Fiat car. And they drove it. My mother was 59, my father was 9 years older. So that they drove it all the way from Chandigarh to Bombay themselves and stopped at every army mess on the way and met with old colleagues and things like that. You know, their spirit till my father who passed away 10 years ago was 80. Their spirit has one of being of adventure. दोनों गाड़ी चला के जा रहे हैं. अच्छा, वापस जब गाड़ी मैंने थोड़ी सी फैंसी गाड़ी ले ली कुछ साल बाद, तो मैंने कहा आपको चाहिए तो हाँ गाड़ी वापस ले जाएंगे. They went, I said, Mom, there's no spare tire. It's okay. They are so adventure spirited at the age of 60, 70 and even 80. So I realized old people are held in not because they are they're not lonely, because of course in the film it's nice and idealistic that you can find your lost love and get together, which is great. I asked my mother when she got widowed, I said, इसको देखना शुरू कर रहे हैं, शादी वाली करा रहे हैं. So she said, no. But I told her, I said, if you fall in love with any old man or anything, please feel free to do so. You know? So this has to come from us. The thing is, what we can do for where we are going to go is to give them freedom and to give them choices and to give them the facilities to take that freedom and to make those choices. That is the most important thing for their psychological care. It's not about you getting 3 meals a day, we'll be there when you're sick and we'll be there till you die and we'll give you a good funeral. That's not what a senior citizen wants. They still want to live life. In fact, in the arts, especially in the Asian arts, the older you get, the more valued you are. In Japanese no theater, जिसमें मास्क होता है, उसमें जो कम से 16 बरस की सुंदर लड़की का रोल करता है, वो एक 60 साल का बूढ़ा एक्टर होता है. मेरा मतलब बात सही है विक्रम जी. माने they want actors to be young, but in no theater, the actor who is 60 and above is the one who gets to play the young, beautiful, delicate, bursting with youth woman, because only he has the experience of how to play it. The 16-year-old will be clumsy on stage. And I have always wondered, I was from the National School of Drama, and some of the most amazing teachers we had. Today, sir, we have institutions, but we don't have teachers. You can make 5 MSDs. Even one MSD doesn't have the teachers that we had a generation of teachers. And suddenly you realize H.V. Sharma ji, जो इतने कमाल के theatre architecture के teacher थे, या निभा जोशी जी who taught us aesthetics, or Mahapatra ji who taught us stagecraft, they are being retired because they've crossed a certain age. And I'm saying you can't retire these people. They're once in a life, in a millennium or something. The knowledge they have of the subject, the experience, the desire to give to a younger generation that they have, that comes with age. You can't retire these people. You have to hold on to them. Even if I'm going, दीदी आप कुर्सी लेके बैठ जाओ, जितनी क्लास लेनी है ले लो. उससे ज़्यादा मत दो, पर please रहो. That is the attitude we have to have towards our teachers in the arts, in education. We can't retire them. 60, 70 is not the age to retire educationists and artists and people. It's the age to open out things so that they don't have to work for a living. So that we get the precious gift of their knowledge, their generosity to give that knowledge, their experience, and all of that. So I had many things like the train issue and all that, but Viniji has already said they are, like my mother, she loves doing work independently. She told the bank wala abhi recently कि आप मैनेजर हैं, यहाँ पे रेलिंग तो लगा देते, 4 सीढ़ियाँ हैं, और वो सीढ़ियाँ थोड़ी ऊंची होती हैं, मुश्किल होता है. One more thing which is of deep concern is, apart from the fact that families can be not nice to senior citizens, it is the corporate sector. The people who sell policies, insurance policies. Senior citizens are a very soft target. मेरी बुआ जी 85 के साल में जब उनका हड्डी हाथ की टूटी तभी उन्होंने हमें उनका केयर करने दिया. तब तक 6 महीने के अंदर उनको एक, मैं कंपनी का नाम नहीं लूंगी, पॉलिटिकल प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, but you can imagine who sells the most insurance policies. They had sold her 12 policies in 6 months. And the initial payments were to a tune of 3 lakhs. In some of the policies, मेरा pet name लिखा हुआ था, Guddu. Not even Meeta Vasisht. और sign मार दिया था. Because she was old, she didn't remember. She said, हाँ मेरी niece है. And he's telling her, आपको बहुत फायदा होगा इस policy से. Now old people want to keep their money also. So she believed these policies were for her benefit, and I was just the nominee. And later on, I told her, and then she would be hounded by these insurance fellows, कि आपको इतना देना. So I would really want companies, corporates to have a responsibility towards checking what are the brownie points they're giving their salespeople, and why? Why is this younger generation pushed that you have to have this many sales? Because when you're pushing for that many sales, somebody is being exploited. You tell a young person, I need you by the end of the month to sell 40 policies, and then you get a promotion. Have you thought, how is he going to sell 40 policies and to whom? He can only lie and cheat and hoodwink some senior citizen. That is how those 40 policies will get sold in 30 days. So I think corporates need to start understanding that these goals they're setting for their young employees are very, very peculiar goals. Because someone is going to, get, not someone, a whole generation of senior citizens are the softest targets. I was sold an insurance policy by my personal banker. She knows I don't buy insurance because I don't have children. And she said, you pay 5 lakhs for 5 years, and by the end of 10 years, you will get 10 lakhs. I said, that's not possible. She said, no, it is. And she wrote it on paper and gave it to me. Then later on, I said, I don't want this policy. And they said, no, but now you've paid 1 installment, so you have to pay the other. And I said, but I just don't want it. So they said, ma'am, you want to get 10 lakhs. So I said, yeah, but I'm not sure of that. Then I was told, actually, you will get 10 lakhs if you die. In 5 years. Yes, they give to my nominee. So you see how policies are sold. So there are many things here. One is, the most important is, we have to make senior citizens, and if we can actually make ads, films more around senior citizens having a jolly good time by themselves, because they have the facility to. To seeing a picture, just see a film on your own. it's safe to go to a cinema hall. Maybe certain shows can be allocated for senior citizens. You know, years ago when I was teaching at the National Institute of Fashion Technology, I don't know what 10 years ago, and I told them, आप लोग सिर्फ एक दो फिल्म स्टार्स के लिए डिजाइन बनाना चाहते हो तो आपको कहाँ से एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलेगा? ये इतने करोड़ों का देश है, तो आप जरा लोगों के लिए बनाए. मैंने कहा कैसे मैम? I said just make a designer thing. By that time, big had not come into India. BIT. I said just make a design season fat and 40. It's not insulting the person. No, I said it's thinking. It shows that you're thinking about that person. I said, when you say fat and 40 and the National Institute of Fashion Technology is designing for them, it means a thought and a whole season has gone into it. So stop being so blinkered that this is the only thing. So for senior citizens, for my future, I want to travel alone. I want to see movies on my own. I want to go to a club and be able to have a drink on my own as a senior citizen. I want to be able to take a trip to Sikkim and not be feeling insecure as to who will hold my hand. I want to travel by public transport, so it should be made good for me in that sense. You know, like as you were saying, sir, that platforms are beginning to be made at the same level, which is fantastic. So this is it for, you know, that we have to think at many, many, many levels. So senior citizens need choice, they need to have fun, and we need to make it possible for that to happen. That's, I think, what will really take care of the psychological care. Thank you. आप रुकिए, नीता जी. Yeah, you are. How come you? Yes, Auntie, please, yes, you have to. You made an effort to come all the way.
No, in fact, I was almost not coming.
I'm still very strong.
Yes, no. Could you also be in the picture?
He has to be because he's felicitating you.
Oh, lovely. Oh my God.
Really? You are proving that? Okay. Okay. I come. Thanks a million for whatever you said. I think it's heartfelt. Yes. Ambassador Dr. Deepak Gora. जी ऊपर वाला चलो.
आपको ज़्यादा मिल रहा है.
And yes, Shilpi, thank you so much. The reason I agreed to do a film was basically because I love senior citizens. And I, you know, as you can see, I always felt this is a good cause. And I don't remember the rest of it that she keeps talking. That I remember. This box has a beautifully handcrafted marble Ganesha. Thank you, Dr. Deepak Gora. Thank you, Mitaji. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much for making the effort.
Yes, of course. It goes without saying that I thank my mother every single day for everything.
Today's National Symposium on Elder Psychological Care is sponsored by lead partner SENI by TZMO Group and associate sponsor Skybarge Private Limited. The event is being supported by All India Radio, Arrow Tatvika, Marina Handcrafts and Sukhmanch Theatre. Let's take a cultural break with a Nukkad Natak by Sukhmanch Theatre. Theatre is an ancient practice in India. It is deeply rooted in a culture that dates back 5,000 years. Street theatre, popularly known as Nukkad Natak, is performed in public spaces as a platform to make people aware of social issues. Welcoming Sukhmanch Theatre here, who has completed more than 2,000 street theatre shows across India. Sukhmanch Theatre was founded by a well-known theatre artist and activist, Shilpi Marwaha, who gained prominence for her activism through street theatre. Please welcome Sukhmanch Theatre.
पालन पोषण में निकल जाता है। विश्व में ये एक ही देश है जहां बड़ों के पैर छुए जाते हैं। चरण स्पर्श करना, पैरों की धूल माथे पर लगाना आदर का प्रतीक है। आज भी लाखों हिंदुस्तानी अपने दिन की शुरुआत इसी से करते हैं। पर क्या सभी बुजुर्गों को वो इज्जत, वो सम्मान मिलता है जिसके हकदार है? हमारे माता पिता अपनी इच्छाओं को मारते हैं ताकि हम सुखी रह सके। हर मोड़ पर साथ खड़े रहते हैं, दिशा निर्देशन देते हैं, दिशा दिखाते हैं। फिर वो अपने बुढ़ापे में अकेले क्यों पड़ जाते हैं?
पापा मनन जान भी बड़े हो गए, उन्हें पढ़ने के लिए अलग कमरे चाहिए, तो हमने आपका सामान स्टोर रूम में शिफ्ट करवा दिया है। जब इन्हें कुछ याद ही नहीं रहता तो ये यहाँ रहे या वृद्धाश्रम में, क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
बाबूजी का चलना फिरना बंद है, कुछ भी नहीं कर पाते। बिस्तर पे पॉटी कर देते हैं, कभी सुसु कर देते हैं, कभी भी बेहोश हो जाते हैं। मेरे पास इलाज के पैसे नहीं है और न ही इतना वक्त की देखभाल कर सकती।
सब तो अमेरिका जा रहे हैं, पापा अकेले कैसे रहेंगे? अरे फुल टाइम मेड लगा दी है, वो संभाल लेगी। मैंने अकेले ने ठेका ले रखा है क्या? जिसके नाम पूरा मकान कर दिया वही रखेंगे। पूरा दिन बैठे रहते हैं, कोई काम नहीं, ना बात करते हैं ना कुछ बोलते हैं, मुंह लटकाए रहते हैं। समझ नहीं आता क्या करूं इनका। हमारे माँ बाप भी तो अपने माँ बाप से अलग रहे थे।
माता जी, अगर कपड़े और बर्तन नहीं धोए तो ना तो खाना मिलेगा और ना ही दवाई।
इतनी उम्र हो गई है, अकल तो आएगी। आज फॉरेन से मेरे कुछ दोस्त आ रहे हैं, पिताजी को कमरे में रखना, कब क्या बोलते पता नहीं। महंगाई बढ़ गई है, यहाँ बच्चों को संभालना मुश्किल है तो इन्हें कैसे संभाले?
मैंने खुद मुझे बाहर की इंटरनेशनल यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ने के लिए भेजा। अब जब मुझे वही नौकरी मिल गई है तो इनका इमोशनल ब्लैकमेल शुरू कि हम अकेले रह जाएंगे, हम अकेले रह जाएंगे। बोलता हेल मैन,
वो अपना काम नहीं करते, पुराने विचारों वाले हैं, दिन भर घर में अकेले बैठे रहते हैं, अनपढ़ है, घर के खर्चे हैं, बच्चों सा बर्ताव करते हैं। लेकिन हम भी तो कभी बच्चे थे, हम भी तो मिट्टी के खाली खड़े थे और उन घरों को बनाने का, संभालने का काम भी तो उन्होंने ही किया था। फिर ये सब जानने के बाद भी हम अनजान क्यों बन जाते हैं? बुढ़ापा है भैया, 2 रोटी खाने के लिए 4 बातें तो सुननी ही पड़ती है।
पति के मरने के बाद बच्चों ने कहा या तो हम रहेंगे या आप। मैंने कहा मैं ही चली जाती हूँ, किसी ने रोका भी नहीं मुझे।
मेरा बेटा बचपन से ही भुलक्कड़ है, इस बार बंगले में मेरे लिए कमरा बनवाना ही भूल गया। बचपन में 7 का पहाड़ा 50 बार सिखाया था, वही बेटा आज मुझसे कहता है 1 बार में समझ में नहीं आता क्या? बस अब बचा ही क्या, ऊपर वाला बुलाएगा तो चले जाएंगे। वैसे तो इसे छुट्टी नहीं मिलती, पर जब मकान अपने नाम करवाना था तब छुट्टी मिल गई उसे।
जब पेंशन आए तब रानी, बाकी भी नौकरानी।
इन्हें मिल के रहना मैंने सिखाया और आज मैं ही घर की शांति भंग कर रहा हूँ। बच्चे जब बड़े हो जाते हैं तो चुप होना ही पड़ता है। मैंने तो बगीचे में फूल ही बोए थे, इसमें कांटे कब उग गए पता ही नहीं चला। जाने हो गए लोग के जिनके प्यार को प्यार मिला, हमने तो सबने लिया बाकी प्यार को प्यार मिला। अबे छूट गई।
इस फोन में पैसे कैसे ट्रांसफर करते हैं समझा देना।
ना इतनी बार तो बताया है, तंग मत करो।
क्या कर रही हो?
एड्रेस नोट कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि जब आप बूढ़े हो जाओगे तो मुझे भी आपको यही छोड़ना पड़ेगा ना।
बेटा बेटा देखना, ये फोन खराब हो गया है क्या? आओ चाचा, अभी देख लेता हूँ। ये तो बिल्कुल ठीक लग रहा है। फिर इसमें मेरे बच्चे का कॉल या मैसेज क्यों नहीं आता? चुपचाप रहेंगे कब तक, कब तक रहेंगे कब तक से मुझे प्लीज बताइए हुआ क्या? क्या होगा? चंदन ने आज दाल में फिर नमक ज्यादा डाल दिया। बाबूजी क्या बोल रहे हैं? दस जितना ही तो है, मैंने अच्छे से नाप लिया था। हाँ तो मैं झूठ बोल रहा हूँ। मैंने ऐसा कब बोला? भैया जी आप खुद चख कर देख लीजिए। हाँ बस अभी यही बाकी रह गया है, मेरी हर बात की पूरी जांच पड़ताल करो। मैं तो ठहरा झूठा फरेबी पक्का। ओ पापा फिर शुरू हो गए। आप मेरी बात मान क्यों नहीं लेते? आप हॉबी क्लब क्यों नहीं ज्वाइन कर लेते? वहां पर आपकी उम्र के और लोग भी हैं ना। इतना ही तंग आ गया है तो 10 में बेच दो, एक बार में छुटकारा मिल जाएगा। आप बात समझने की कोशिश कीजिए, इन रोज रोज के झगड़ों से किसी का भला नहीं होगा। अकेले बैठे रहने से बेहतर है कि आप अपने समय का प्रोडक्टिवली यूज कीजिए। इसमें क्या गलत कह रहा हूँ मैं? नहीं मुझे कोई नहीं समझता, यहाँ जा रहा हूँ मैं यहाँ से, अब बहुत हो गया। पापा इस दुनिया का क्या कोई भी व्यक्ति अपना पूरा दिन 66 रुपए में गुजार सकता है? क्या 22 रुपए में एक वक्त का पौष्टिक खाना मिल सकता है? सोचिए हम जितने रुपए बुजुर्गों को गुजर करने के लिए देते हैं उससे कहीं ज्यादा अपनी पार्किंग फीस पे भर देते हैं। 2000 रुपए की बुढ़ापा पेंशन किसी फीस से कम नहीं। इसमें संशोधन होना चाहिए। हमें क्यों भूल जाते हैं कि वो भी एक अलग इंडिविजुअल है जिनके शौक पसंद दिमाग हमसे अलग हो सकते हैं। अगर कोई भी बच्चा अपने माता पिता का ख्याल रखने से मना कर देता है तो वेलफेयर एंड मेंटेनेंस ऑफ पेरेंट्स एंड सीनियर सिटीजन एक्ट बुजुर्गों को यह अधिकार देता है कि वो बच्चों को मासिक भत्ता दे। यह अधिनियम उन्हें कई और अधिकार देता है, जैसे मुकदमे के दौरान एक सरकारी कर्मचारी साथ नियुक्त किया जाता है जो मेंटेनेंस ऑफिसर के रूप में काम करता है। हर जिले में 2 ओल्ड एज होम बनवाने का प्रावधान भी है।
अगर जायदाद मिलने के बाद आपका बेटा आपका ख्याल रखने से मना कर देता है, मुकर जाता है, तो जायदाद का पिकरीनामा खारिज किया जा सकता है।
यदि कोई आपको आपके ही घर से बाहर निकाल दे तो उसे 3 महीने की कैद और जुर्माना तक लग सकता है।
मैं आ गई मेरी बच्ची जी, बड़ी दुबली हो गई है। ये देख मैंने तेरे लिए बेसन की बर्फी बनाई है, ये ले खा, मेरे हाथ से खा। वाह माँ आप कितनी अच्छी बर्फी बनाती हो, सारी हलवाई फेल है। माँ आपने मेरे लिए क्या कुछ नहीं किया? क्या ऐसा है जो आप जिंदगी में करना चाहती हो रह गया हो? बेटी मैंने अपनी जिंदगी बहुत अच्छे से जी है, पर हाँ एक अरमान रह गया कि कभी खुद का पैसा कमा पाती। काश। अरे बात क्यों होती हो माँ, आप इतनी अच्छी बर्फी बनाती हो, देखना मैं आपको और से फिर बनाऊंगी। आपको आपकी बर्फी से पूरे विश्व में फेमस कर दूंगी। ये देखो मैंने आपका इंस्टाग्राम अकाउंट बना दिया है, अब आपकी बर्फी पूरा भारत खा सकता है माँ। अब वायरल हो जाऊंगी। वायरल? मुझे बीमार नहीं होना। अरे माँ बीमार नहीं, फेमस। ओ फेमस जी। सच कही तूने तो मेरे मन की मुराद पूरी कर दी। मैं कैसे तेरा शुक्रिया अदा करूं? मेरी मदर इंडिया, इतना मेलोड्रामेटिक होने की जरूरत नहीं है। आपने मेरे लिए क्या कुछ नहीं किया तो क्या मैं आपके लिए इतना नहीं कर सकती?
मेरा नाम मनमोहन तलवार। मैं 2009 में बाईपास सर्जरी से गुजरा। तब मैं 57 साल का था। उस समय मेरी सेहत और मेरी कॉन्फिडेंस की धज्जियां उड़ गई। तब मुझे इस बात का एहसास हुआ था कि जिंदगी में सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट फिटनेस है। मेरे डॉक्टर ने कहा कि अगर ठीक रहना है तो रनिंग करनी पड़ेगी। मैं अपनी पूरी जिंदगी हफ्ते के 7 दिन बिजनेस में भागता रहा। अब मैं खुद के लिए भागता हूँ। मैंने 47 शॉर्ट मैराथन कंप्लीट कर ली। मेरे बच्चे और उनके बच्चे भी मुझसे कहते हैं कि आप कब तक भागोगे? तो मैं कहता हूँ जब तक मेरी सेंचुरी पूरी नहीं हो जाती तब तक, और उसके बाद मैं अपने नए गोल्स चुनूंगा।
ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे माता पिता सिर्फ हमसे उनकी देखभाल की अपेक्षा रखते हैं। वो जिस चीज की हमसे सबसे ज्यादा उम्मीद रखते हैं वो है हमारी भागदौड़ भरी जिंदगी से थोड़ा सा फर्क। आज हम मेंटल हेल्थ के इतने सेमिनार और डिस्कशन अपने चारों तरफ देखते हैं, तब हम उस डिस्कशन से अपने बुजुर्गों को कहीं ना कहीं अलग रखते हैं। बढ़ती उम्र अपने साथ साथ कई तरह के पहले चिंता, डाउट्स और अकेलेपन का एहसास लाती है। जिंदगी के आखिरी पायदान पे खड़े होने का एहसास एक बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति हर रोज उस एहसास के साथ जीता है। ऐसे में जरूरी है कि एक संतान, एक परिवार और एक समाज के तौर पर हम हर बुजुर्ग व्यक्ति का हाथ मजबूती से पकड़े, बिल्कुल वैसे ही जैसे बचपन में सड़क पार करते समय उन्होंने हमारा हाथ कस के पकड़ा था।
भारत में बुजुर्गों के लिए कोई सोशल सिक्योरिटी प्रोग्राम नहीं है, इसलिए बदलते सामाजिक परिवेश में जहां अधिकतर परिवार छोटे और नौकरी पेशा है, वहां बुजुर्गों की देखभाल करने के लिए कोई व्यवस्था विकसित नहीं हो पाई है। इस कड़ी में रतन टाटा ने सीनियर सिटीजन कंपेनियनशिप स्टार्टअप गुड फेलो नाम से लॉन्च किया, जिसके साथ जुड़कर एक युवक या युवती किसी बुजुर्ग साथी से मन उनकी अकेलेपन से जूझने में मदद करता है। यही काम आप हम सब अपने आसपास के बुजुर्गों के साथ कर सकते हैं। अपने आसपास के बुजुर्गों के साथ बात कीजिए, उनके साथ कम ही सही लेकिन वक्त बिताइए, उनकी इनसिक्योरिटी में जूझने में उनकी मदद कीजिए, उनके दोस्त बनिए, कुछ अपनी कहिए, कुछ उनकी सुनिए, उनकी मदद कीजिए जिंदगी की आखिरी सड़क सहजता, खुशी और इत्मीनान के साथ पार करने में। यकीन मानिए, जो खुशी आपको तब महसूस होगी वो किसी भी सैलरी, सीटीसी या पैकेज से कहीं ज्यादा होगी। एक दिन दिख जाएगा पानी के बोल, जग में रह जाएंगे प्यारे तेरे बोल, तुझे के होठों को देखकर अपने ही कोई निशानी छोड़ फिर दुनिया से छोड़। एक दिन दिख जाएगा पानी के बोल, जग में रह जाएंगे प्यारे तेरे बोल। ला ला
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give standing ovation to this group of artists. Shilpi, my namesake. This is Shilpi Marwal, who founded Sukhmanch Theatre. Thank you for partnering with us. I think this was beyond expectations. When I met Shilpi a couple of months back in June, yeah, and we discussed about this association. We had quite a long brainstorming session for almost an hour, when most of them asked me questions, and we had no clue what they are going to present or demonstrate or what are the ideas. Hi Seema, you're here. Okay, thank you for coming. So we had no clue what they were going to present. And then Shilpi told me that लगता है आपको बीच-बीच में disturb करना पड़ेगा, call करना पड़ेगा. But I didn't hear from them at all. And I was wondering what are they going to do. I was so curious. How did you like? Any words for them? I know what the best part is that Meeta ji is here today. And when you confirmed with me in the morning that you're coming with your mother, I was so happy. Because I knew that you will be able to tell them from your eyes of being an actress, a teacher of acting. Yeah, and I think they would be really happy to see you. Are you happy to see her? They are. Thank you so much, Meeta ji. You have to come and felicitate them. Please. Yes.
आप सबको बहुत 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 अच्छा लगा. अपने दिन याद आ गए, टीनेज डेज हम लोग चंडीगढ़ में स्ट्रीट थिएटर करते थे. एंड आई एम सो हैप्पी शिल्पी दैट यू आर एक्चुअली कीपिंग दिस ट्रेडिशन अलाइव. इट्स सो ग्रेट कि आप सबकी एनर्जी, आप मुद्दों पे बात करना और स्ट्रीट थिएटर के जरिए ही होता है. इट्स रियली ग्रेट दैट इन टुडेज टाइम ऑफ सोशल मीडिया एंड ऑल, स्ट्रीट थिएटर इज सो अलाइव, थ्राइविंग. आपकी एनर्जी, और मैम थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग पार्ट ऑफ दिस आल्सो. वेरी नाइस. I'm very moved, I'm very touched, I'm very humbled.
I just feel like I'm just much, at your feet. Thank you. Yeah. In fact, it's amazing that if you didn't even call her and ask her, लेकिन आपने जो बातें सबने की यहाँ पे, Deepak ji and gentleman who was here earlier from the government, they all we were all talking about these things actually, and it's wonderful कि किस तरह से संक्षिप्त में आपने पूरे नाटक में एक साथ सब किया है, और आप इतने सारे लोग हैं, मैं गिनती आपको 29 लोग हैं, मैं बैठ के गिन भी रही थी कितने लोग हैं इस ग्रुप में. So you're 29 of you, so imagine आपकी विचारधारा उसको मल्टीप्लाई करते करते कितना बढ़ जाएगी इस कॉज को लेकर. हाँ वही तो है ना, बिल्कुल. बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद, एंड इट्स अ ग्रेट ऑनर. Sure, ma'am.
सबने नाटक देखा. एक्चुअली हमारी कोशिश ये थी
I think this is very. Mama, how did you like the play? It must have touched upon a lot of things. What do you want to do in life जो तुमने मुझे बताया नहीं अभी तक? मैं पूछती रहती हूँ, बताती नहीं है. अब देख लो, नाटक में भी बोल दिया इन्होंने कि बोल देना. It's so that's what we were saying. It's so important to give senior people a life, and basically आप सब भी वहीं पहुँचने वाले हैं. कोई इसी उम्र में तो रुकने वाला है नहीं ना. तो ये है. Yes. This is for the whole team. This is for your studio. There is a handcrafted Ganesha, marble Ganesha. This is perfect for the team. Deepak ji, Shilpi Marwa. Shilpi, this is for Shilpi and Kevana. आप बात अच्छा, 29. Okay, Sally is giving away gifts and product samples. Alina, so all of them get one pack. Come, Alina, please. You guys have met.
We're speaking Polish. Have you heard of it?
Sir, please. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, there.
Thank you.
Yes, impressive actor. Hollywood.
Thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you, Shilpi. Thank you once again. Okay, so please take the bags from there. It's for everybody there. Thank you for your time.
Very good.
Oof, that was some natak.
नाटक करने के पैसे नहीं देते, कुछ चाय पिला दे उसको तो नाटक
खिला दिया ना, खिला भी दिया ना आपको.
पिला दिया, हमें पिक करवा दिया, ड्रॉप करवाने वाले हैं और बहुत सारा प्यार भी दिया. लेकिन अगर आपको कहीं पे भी नाटक की जरूरत पड़े तो हमारे तक पहुंचने का तो देखते क्या है. एक शिल्पी है, दूसरी शिल्पी है और तीसरा इंस्टाग्राम पे हम सुखमंच क्रिएटर के नाम से है, तो आप उसको कनेक्ट करिए या फिर मेरा नंबर और सब कुछ मुखर्जी नगर में आपने कराया था सब और एक्टिंग केवल नाटक.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks again. Wonderful. And I think that was really powerful, charged the whole environment. And they touched upon so many things in just about 9 minutes of the performance. Just 9 minutes. Yes, it was just 9 minutes. Okay, so now we move on to the panel discussion. Let's have a brainstorming session. Our panelists and moderators have been waiting for quite some time. Let me introduce them. Manisha Firebrand. Manisha Sharma is our panel moderator. Let's welcome her, ladies and gentlemen. She's a TEDx speaker, life coach, influencer, trainer, and transformer. She started her career in the field of sales and marketing, and she consciously chose to move to skill development and corporate social responsibility. Her driving force is the personal experiences she has had in bringing up a differently able child as a single parent. Hats off to you, Manisha. And I'm so glad today you're the moderator. I witnessed her fighting so many things in the last panel discussion, so I knew that she has to moderate our next panel. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. Our next panelist is Anjali Gogia, founder and partner, Talk to Big Ears. She believes that empathy is the human value that has the ability to change the world into a better place. Her initiative, Talk to Big Ears, aims to provide a safe, non-judgmental and an empathetic listening experience to help callers overcome their difficult situations and start their journey towards healing. One more round of applause for Anjali Gogia for starting this initiative. Dr. Aman Khera. Oh, आप तब से पीछे बैठे, मैंने आपको यहाँ देखा था, मैंने बोला था पीछे बैठने के लिए आप और पीछे चले गए. Dr. Aman Khera is a doctor, surgeon, technology enthusiast, and he loves to travel. He pursued MBBS and MS from Maulana Azad Medical College, Delhi. He's also a fellow of Royal Society of Medicine's London. Presently, Dr. Aman is a co-founder and director of his remarkable initiative, Care for Parents. Along with the co-founder Suchita Gupta, she's not here, right? Okay. Care for Parents aims to be like a family member to elderly who are living alone in India by providing a one-stop shop for all their healthcare needs. Big round of applause for starting this initiative, Care for Parents. Thank you, Dr. Aman Khera, for accepting the invitation. Dr. Shivani Kirtan. We were LinkedIn connections and we've been in touch for quite some time. I'm so glad that we were connected on LinkedIn. She's a TEDx speaker too, founder of Mudita. She has a PhD in complementary alternative healing. She is a licensed clinical hypnotherapist, an author, and a mindful breathing meditation trainer. Dr. Kirtan has been extensively working with seniors for their mental wellness. Now a loud round of applause, please. I'm missing a firebrand Abha Maryada, an advocate with the Supreme Court. Last time she was in the audience when we screened the film in FCC, and I could see that she fiercely brought out some points, and I was very happy when she chose to be part of the panel, but somebody has expired in her family and she has to stay back there. So I'm going to miss her personally, but let us welcome Professor K.M. Bhargul Islam. Thank you, Sir Adi, thank you for connecting us with him. Professor Islam is the Chair, Center for Public Policy and Government at the Indian Institute of Management, Kashipur, and a visiting professor at the London School of Economics. He has served as the Dean at IIM Kashipur. He taught at various universities in Asia, Africa, and worked with UNESCO, UNECA, and UNESCO. He's a fellow of the Royal Asiatic Society, UK, and a member of the International Bar Association. Professor Islam has 2 PhDs, MA, MBA, LLM, and PhD degree. How did you manage all that? Okay, big round of applause for him Islam once again. Now over to Adi. I call him Adi. Mr. Ratna Jyoti Datta, Honorary National Advisor, Karista Foundation. He holds the prestigious journalist accreditation of the Press Information Bureau under the freelance category, a senior journalist recognized by the Government of India with a demonstrated history of covering various industries like petroleum, environment, trade, agriculture, consumer affairs, etc., with specialization in covering oil and gas, Indian monsoon, carbon trade, renewable energy, agriculture, political and general news, real estate, and construction. He has 2 decades of experience in news writing, communication, breaking news, business journalism, and editing. That's quite a lot, RD. 2 decades of all this, never-ending list. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the entire panel here. So we have 3 cordless mics, and there was 1 mic supposed to be here. Oh. So over to the panel, ladies and gentlemen. And do they have the freedom to ask questions? Moderator will say that.
Hello, good evening. Before you leave, Meeta, ever since I was in college, I was always told that yes, I resemble Meeta Vashisht is what I was always told when I was in college until date. And it's such a pleasure meeting you today. If I could just come down and have a photograph with you.
Good to see the good panel here. Excited to listen to the conversation.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I'm super excited because I have chosen and drafted those questions for them.
Look forward.
Yeah. Okay, without wasting time and keeping in mind that we have the August gathering waiting for me to start. Good evening to all of you. My name is Manisha Sharma. As I was introduced, I'm a single parent to a special child. I have around 21 years of experience ranging from sales, selling tissue papers, to books, to heading the Walmart CSR, to Delhi Government Skill Development Project, which is now called the Delhi Skills and Entrepreneurship University, to being a single parent of Rudraksh, and now starting an NGO for special children, which is by the name of FAS. What brings me to this platform and what has linked me with Shilpi is the cause. I have been working for social causes for very long. I have enabled around 10,000 plus students till now because I felt whatever my son Rudraksh could not achieve in life is what I saw the other children achieving. And my son doesn't have speech, but the other children I have enabled address me as mom. So I am a Jagat Ma for a lot of children. With this, I start the session that we have been waiting for. This also brings me to a fact which was stated by Meeta, that not only we have problems and challenges with policy making as far as the senior citizens are concerned in the insurance segment specifically, but we also have this challenge in the special abilities. I know, sir, you've been dealing with special abilities, so possibly you'll be able to take it up. I had a lot of challenge with having an insurance policy for my son because no company would give an insurance policy for a special child in India, which is weird. And we talk about human rights. Without wasting any further time, Anjali, my first question to you. How do you think your journey impacted your decision-making abilities on day-to-day basis? So I understand you had a tough journey. Everyone has to have their own journeys and live through them. How do you think it has impacted your day-to-day decision-making?
Well, hi everybody. It's been a marathon post-lunch session, and we've seen some wonderful thoughts being shared over here. And talking about my journey, well, Manisha, everybody has a rough ride. Everyone has a rough ride, this way or that. It's all up to you how you turn those lemons into lemonade. Yes, like a whole lot of us sitting here, we have spent our younger days with the seniors in the house. We have had grandparents. We were very fortunate to be living with them. And my parents always pushed me to spend time with them, as I did to my own children, to spend times with their grandparents. And picking up from there, I stay in this small colony in Delhi. It's called Green Park. And in our lanes, there were multiple senior citizens who were sitting alone, staying alone. So we, as a bunch of friends, would visit them in the evenings and spend some time with them over tea. We would just chat up, and it became a ritual, and it became something that they used to look forward to so much. Then we thought of creating a little group. Again, that little was not so little. We could manage about 100 senior citizens in the colony, and we started meeting them every month. And we would invite a speaker. We would talk about how to write a will. We could talk about the environment. We once invited a gentleman who had been to the Kailash. So he showed us pictures. It could be just about any topic. And these women, found camaraderie. They found friends. They found things that were hidden inside them, and they had not done it in years. So we had a lady who, after 40 years, she picked up the pen and started writing poetry again. And she got 3 books published since she got together with us. We had another auntie who was 82 years old and started doing garbha after almost 50 years, once she got back into our group. So these are little stories about these women which encouraged me even further. And I thought of starting this humble initiative, and I called it Talk to Big Ears, because I was inspired by Ganesha, and my birthday fell on Ganesha Chaturthi one of the years. Oh, wow. And I said, there has to be a message in this for me. And I thought a little harder, and there it was that I have to be connected to the listening. And listening for all those people who don't have anybody who listens to them. And it's not also just the seniors, a whole lot of the youngsters, a whole lot of the middle-aged, and all these people need somebody to talk to. And it is very rare to come across an empathetic listener who is non-judgmental. तो ऐसे लोग मिलते नहीं हैं. So I thought of starting an emotional first aid calling service, and I called it talktobigears.com. So we are big ears with a heart in the middle. हम आपकी सब बातें सुनते हैं. I feel once you start talking, it is very rarely that you reach the stage of depression.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. I think very rightly put, Anjali. All we need is somebody to listen to us, right? Otherwise, life puts us on a high flame pressure cooker with water filled, and most of the times we plug ourselves on the top, and we create conditions where we might just burst around us. Thank you so much for your how you build this journey, Dr. The next question for you, sir. Being a doctor and a surgeon informing care for parents. What form this organization? Why do you think there's a need for such an organization in our country? Is the education system with new education policy looking forward to incorporating such ideas and such thoughts in the process?
Thank you for the question, Manisha. Actually, I'd like to thank the whole team for inviting me over here. I was really looking forward for that. And believe me, when you said that you have the questions ready, I was feeling scared. Anyhow, see, I'm a doctor, as now she said. And care for parents, basically, how it started was that myself working in the hospitals, I realized that, the biggest problem was that when the elderly people used to come to the hospitals alone, that was my focus, that's how the focus is. When they were coming alone, they used to have a lot of problem, standing in the queues, they do not know where to go, and having problem filling the forms and paying the bills. So I was in the management of hospitals. So we realized that, and we talked to quite a few senior citizens that what can we do. And the best what we could do at our level was that okay, fine, have a separate counter, have an assistant who can come and help the elderly people sign the form, get the papers, the insurance work done and all. But that was the best we could have done at one particular hospital. Now, when we interacted with the senior citizens, they said that this becomes a deterrent for them to come to the hospital, because who would like to go and for maybe a cold cough or maybe something maybe a little more serious also, who would like to go to a hospital and face all the hassles? And they should stay at home, probably go to a lesser qualified doctor, and probably take a treatment which was not good, which could have been better had to come to a better specialist or a better doctor. So then going back about 3 or 4 years back, I had an experience in my extended family where about one of my relatives, very senior, he had a problem, and his son, also a doctor surprisingly, was based in US. So myself being the doctor of the same age, it automatically the responsibility came on me, and I should go accompany him to the hospital, take him for whatever the investigations, treatments are there. And then I thought that there could be so many more people, senior citizens, who are staying alone and are not able to manage their health properly. So what can we do for that? COVID came in. COVID brought in a very important, the idea of telemedicine and use of technology. So what we did was that we started, with the help of technology, we built a technology platform for healthcare delivery, whereabout we now do continuous monitoring of the senior citizens who are staying alone, and whose children may be there, may not be there, who wants to join us. So as a result, what we are trying to do is, because see, today at a press of a button, you can get a loaf of bread at your house in 15 minutes.
Absolutely.
You can get a chocolate in your house in 15 minutes. Why can't you get at least primary care at press of a button at your house when the people either do not want to go or cannot go? So that brought the idea that let's start something for the senior citizens, which we coined the name as Care for Parents, because it's basically caring for the parents, so that we can provide them primary care at their doorstep. And you will be surprised to know, our focus was initially that the parents who are staying alone, whose children are staying alone. You will be surprised that today 60% of our customers are the ones whose children are staying in India. They was when we launched this, we did some online publicity. It was on the social media. We got a lot of messages and calls from children who are based in India, maybe staying separate from their parents because of the job related activities and all. And it was very heartening for us, because we realized that wow, people are appreciating it, people are looking for that. So that's as I said that yes, we have a majority stake today. We have is from the children who are staying in India. So that's how the idea started, and that's how. And today we are. I'm happy to say that we have more than 1,500 parents who are enrolled with us, and for whom we are doing all this service.
A great initiative, Dr. Kera. Thank you so much for giving us insights into what you and your organization are doing. I believe it has got a lot to do with the urbanization that we're talking about, that Neetaji was talking about. I also understand that it becomes very difficult for senior citizens to stand in the long queues and get themselves checked for a very minor issue like a cough and cold. That also reminds me of the fact that I was part of Confederation of Indian Industry as a deputy director and was handling Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. I was instrumental in the formation of the act, and wherein we had suggested with the industry partners, Mr. Paduk Keswani, the Lemon Tree Hotel owner, was the head, that every place in India has to be accessible. We were talking about ramps, we were talking about stairs, how they have difficulty in accessing places, how Meeta was talking that her mother had a challenge in going to a theatre and maybe watch a movie. It's a very simple thing. But though government is doing a lot on making things accessible, or places accessible, maybe the bus is accessible or the railway is accessible, but I think there's not much that the government can do as far as the private sector is concerned. They cannot push it through, but I think a lot of sensitization and work has to go into that. Thank you so much once again. Dr. Shivani, well, we would want to know more about Mudita. In a space when I now do see people talking about mindfulness and meditation and those alternate forms of healing, how did this thought come into your mind? Why and how and when?
Yeah, so good evening, everyone, and thank you for inviting me here. So Mudita means I'm happy in your happiness, unconditionally. It's a Sanskrit word. That's my mother's philosophy. And 3 years back, she started coming with me, and the people she was staying with, her brother-in-law, she was first stage dementia. They did not want her to be there. It was her first choice to be with them because I'm her only child, and she thought I don't want to stay with my girl child, so she thought her brother was going to be taking care of her, and there were 3 of them. And I said, fine, if that's your thought, I respect that. But when she came back, the way she came back, I felt very sad that this is not how I want to see my mother. And she was first stage dementia at that time, and I could see there was something going on. And that's how Mudita came in. That something where she and others who don't have any mental disorder, like Sir was saying, in different baskets, let's have a place where they can just have fun And because I'm into expressive art, I'm into a lot of mindfulness, breathing stuff. I thought let's create a space where they can just have a space where they can enjoy, play games, do something what they feel like, especially 70 plus. That was my mind. And we were able to create that space in Noida where everyone told me no one is going to come. What are you thinking? Though COVID happened, so they were like, yeah, we were right. We told you no one is going to come, and the seniors were the one who were told not to come out. And but then my mother, she's like a friend to me, and it's been like quite a thing because I've been seeing for 2 weeks. She was in ICU. And we used to train together. She was picking up 60 kgs at the age of 74, and she was in ICU twice. Only 5 days back she came out. So whatever I saw in the locker, whatever the products that Sandy is trying to say, her telling me that I will not wear a pad, what are you talking, and the first caregiver is me. And she has her own space. So, because when she came to stay with me, my first decision was, I will not keep her with me. Though my kids have gone out, one is in US, one is in Bulgaria. I never wanted her to feel that she was staying in my husband's house, or that was a feeling that I would have a space to go now. So we rented a space where I worked from there. So I leave my house at 8:30, which is just 2 minutes away, and I'm there till 7:30 with her, taking care, and though I have help in the evening, someone stays with her. And today she came in my office, after such a long situation of hallucinations because her sodium had gone down. Just to tell you how beautiful this can be, like you said, what happened, how did it start? Today she tells me, I want to work with you. And today is the first time after 6 months she came walking in my office. And she said, when you go, मुझे साड़ी पहना और देख के ना तुमको, because normally every day I don't wear sari, I am a very formal, casual Western person. So she said, when you wear sari, you have to come and show me. And next time your people come, I will make tea for them and I will start working with you. It was such a pleasure to hear that. I'm not saying I'm impacting a lot of people, but we have some people who are coming to Noida in our clinic, which is a wellness clinic. And and when it comes to seniors, we are also working free of cost because there are a lot of people who cannot even pay you for such things. So then my coaching and my therapy is a different work that we do. But this work is something, and I work with bug flower remedies because dementia has no cure, as you all know. But with bug flower remedies, we are able to do work with the emotions. So Mudita is all about emotions. So there are two separate work I'm doing, but working with my mother is something I can't tell you how amazing it is. Yes. So this all, and she's an ambassador, she's the face of the place, and are so inspired when they see her. Because someone is picking up 60 kgs, doing dumbbells with you, doing stuff with you. Yes, for 4 months she has been challenging, but she still told me today, I'm going to start working out with you again because we used to do that. And right now she has a physiotherapist who's coming, and thanks to him, she started walking. So Mudita is all about finding your inner peace. And like everyone has said, they are the ones who gave us that. So when I was sitting outside the ICU, I used to was nothing. When I was alone, small, in school, I used to come back. They always gave us a feeling you're not alone. So when my mother was going through a situation, and there were times when I was also irritated, I was feeling helpless, I was feeling hopeless. The only thing that kept me feeling good was to give her that feeling, you're not alone, I'm with you. So I think that has kept me going with this work. So thank you for even asking me, and I'm able to share this, but it's all about happiness.
Absolutely.
Because it's not something you're going to reach, it's every day, every movement. So today I told her this is bonus, every day is bonus. Don't wait for the day you will wear a lipstick when I will be all right. Start wearing the lipstick from today. So today she was wearing the lipstick. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivani. We have one thing in common. I'm also a single child, only child. So I believe we are raised that way that we know that we don't have a backup. We don't have a backup plan. We are born that way. So that builds in a lot of resilience. And to share with all of you, I would not be standing here in front of you. I would not be a TEDx speaker. I would be nothing if my parents had not raised me and not stood by me when my son was rejected by my husband and in-laws. So he was born in 2007, a Down syndrome boy, and he was rejected. And I suddenly found myself a single mom without a dad, my parents trying to tell my father-in-law and my husband to accept the boy, Rudraksh, and then a legal battle for 10 years wherein we were trying to fight for Rudraksh's basic rights as a human being. Nonetheless, of all the court fights that we had or the judgments that the judges made, but the courts were not able to inculcate love, responsibility, accountability in my husband and my in-laws. They were able to give some meager amount as a medical benefit to my son, but they could not inculcate that sense of responsibility. It is only about sense of responsibility, individual social responsibility, more than CSR. Thank you so much, Dr. Shivan. It really touched me because I have seen one of my relatives in a similar situation in dementia. Professor Islam, it's such an honor to have you here with us, sir. I cannot even imagine of having two PhDs. How did you manage? How did you manage? I need to have that some magic that you have. Okay. You have had such a rich global experience in your life journey, being on the academia side. I have been on the academia side, so that's common. Do you think the new education policy shall impact the social development in the country, specifically having an equal and inclusive society?
Okay. Thanks, Manisha, for this. And unfortunately, no. The new education policy is more about keeping the upskilling and liberalizing the education so that if you want Harvard education in Gurgaon, you can have it if you have money.
Exactly. Anytime.
The kind of education I had, I studied in a central university where I paid 75 rupees for my food and 150 rupees was total money order coming to me. It is not more around mid 90s. This is more about creating a new workforce for the future. Somewhere the moral education or inclusivity, these are now peripheral to our main activity. GDP बढ़ना चाहिए, and these are some of the things. But what the new education policy does actually is this: that it gives our new generation a lot of freedom to do that. I am a failed student in mathematics. I failed in mathematics in my 10 plus 2 because I'm more of a liberal arts person. So, but पड़ोसी और सब ने कहा कि बस फर्स्ट डिवीजन में ठीक है तो इसको साइंस में और डॉक्टर बनना वो नहीं बन पाएगा. But I did not have the liberty to have music with my science. I did not have the liberty to, and that's why whenever somebody told me when I joined IIM, somebody was telling me balance sheet, operation management, and I was asking, is he trying to threaten me? So I went to Muradabad, 50 kilometers from Kashipur, admitted myself to an MBA program, and got a degree after 2 years. I said that now you talk to me. Yeah. That liberal education, this new education policy is talking about. Coming back to what we are discussing today, that I realized because if I can chip in that, what I'm doing now. Coming from from my town, when I left my town in 2000, coming to NCRT in Delhi in 2000, March 2000, at that point of time, I lost my father 10 years earlier. I was with my mother, but she liberalized me. She said, I cannot get stuck. I studied in North India. Going back to my hometown was like getting stuck into that hole. But when I left in 2000, I never realized that I will never go back to my home and take care of her. It's only my younger brother who are, not highly placed. They cannot go anywhere. He is a village schoolmaster, so where he can go. So he is there and he is taking care of her. Not enough, perhaps. I realized this in 2016 when she died. And all these things were meaningless. Going to Harvard and working for United Nations for 10 years. I left a job at NCRT one fine morning because I was working on disabled children. I submitted a project to the World Bank for 200 million. And that proposal, my institute did not forward within the last date. In June, they were supposed to send my proposal. They formed a committee in October. I said, the committee is gone. This is a big organization. So I just gave my key of NCRT house to my colleague, and I took a bus to Bombay airport, and I left this country. And that was for 10 years. I was with the UN Economic Commission. But when I came back, when I was doing this, my mother was alone in the village. And my brothers, they continue to complain that because you are away, we are taking care of her, and she always talks about you. वो क्या कर रहा है, खाना खा रहा है कि नहीं? Then 5-star में रह रहा है, nothing to do. But that is what my mother was. So when she died in 2016, what I can do as an academic, I'm not an activist. If I do activism around, perhaps I'll lose my job very faster this time. Now, what I did is that we are talking about now 700 plus. I just checked to Google with Datta. 734 villages in Uttarakhand, which are called ghost villages. Because of urban migration, it is only women living there.
Oh my God.
And nobody is taking care of it. The kids are in all big cities working, and they are called ghost villages. This is Uttarakhand. Back home in Assam, so we are working with this, and then in 2016, ICSR asked me, we were talking about, there's something which I heard in London, one of my professors, friend professor told me, that in eastern part of India, in villages, when women are old and alone, the probability is very high that she will be suspected as a witch. And many of them are lynched, even today, with all the kinds of laws we have. So, I said, I'm working on that project now. I'm completed. I'm filing my report. Working on individual cases, I have made a case study of them. How the whole. It is only because she is old, she's more suspected of causing fever to someone else in the neighborhood. That funny thing is happening in 2020-22. So that is one. The other thing, yesterday I signed an agreement with the National Commission for Women, where we're looking at that when we are, all our focus was on getting the gender issue right. So my last project was an Indo-Canadian study where we studied why there are so many. The one thing I face in IIM classrooms, and now we are trying to repair it, and we have addressed. We have the first class I taught in IIM, there was only one girl. So I said, this cannot be the future. And when you do not have enough MBA students in the classroom, how do you have a law which says one board member will be a woman? Ultimately, it has to be one of the investors, leisurely wife. Now, this one have to change. So we did this project on as a kind of corollary to that missing women in our boardrooms and our classrooms, our business rooms. But when I was doing that, and this is when I'm happy that yesterday I got the sanction letter from National Commission. I said that there are a large number of elderly women or even younger ones who have some kind, they are just differently able. they are doubly jeopardized, triply jeopardized. They cannot even access our education system, our social system. They are nameless and faceless. And nobody focuses on them because every time the discussion is around how many number of women are there, making the proportion right, looks good on the paper. But those areas so hopefully next 1 year I can work with, I have suggested that we have to identify 1,000, unfortunately because I'm in Uttarakhand, I cannot go all over the India, but northern states, UP, Uttarakhand, Himachal, Kashmir, Punjab, I can cover 1,000 case studies we were to identify where predominantly the women who have some kind of disability and because of this their contribution to, because I'm a business school person, so I'm saying that it is a disadvantage to the economic health of the society. She could have been a very productive citizen of this country, but she did not because we pushed her to the corner and did not give her a chance to contribute. So in terms of even losing the productivity of that woman, it's a very hard. So this is what my initial hypothesis are. Hopefully we are going in. I'd like to conclude that national education policy is just an opinion. It is a policy paper. Individual bosses, decision makers like deans, directors and vice chancellors. And by the way, this is the only job you can get without a single grades training. If you want to be an LP school teacher, you need a BA, diploma education, proper training. But if you have the right connection, you can become vice chancellor without a single day of administrative training. That's the only job.
Who knows it better than me?
So the problem is that when the universities are supposed to be autonomous, supposed to be open-minded, supposed to be, most of them, the first year they plan, second year they think, third year they try to do something, and fourth year they want their next term where to go, governor or another.
Fourth year is they again think.
They again think to pick up. Now the problem is that policy is there, but it is an individual champion in an institution which can take the lead. So in that way, national education policy opens up a lot of opportunities for us to work with these people. But because it does not say the action plan, that action plan lies on us, people who are in the decision-making process, and perhaps everybody in the civil society to tell those vice chancellors that you are not there to open conferences and give long lectures and not to follow them up. You do it for us. Each university, if they want, they have so much fun. If the vice chancellor wants, they are more powerful than the DMs and CMs and PMs in their own area. If they want, they can do it. But the moment that feeling is not there at the top level, what happens? People get suffocated at the bottom. I have a young professor who is recruited, wants to do something on elderly. The first question will come: how much revenue it will generate? What's IIM's business to do this? Why should I get into? Rather than open a branch in Dubai, get some dinner, more MBA, a branch in Gurgaon maybe, get a pot, invest some 10 crores, get 20 crores next year. That's how whole funny thing is happening. And I will speak more because I have 15 more years to go. I don't want these things to go somewhere. But hopefully things will change because national education policy brings, at least it gives us the freedom to see the dream ahead.
Absolutely.
Earlier we were stuck.
Yes.
Now we can see.
Just a ray of hope is what.
And that's why in an IIM we are doing study on which one. This study which I signed yesterday, it is on women with it is called how differently abled women's prospect in the society and their contribution to the economy. So these kind of works were not possible 2 years, 3 years down the line. Now I show them the national education policy. So at least they can see that at the end of the tunnel we have the society we have to be. Beyond business, there is even life outside.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Islam. I completely resonate with what you said, and that reminds me of my journey in Confederation of Indian Industry 2017,
My mother had a left side partial paralysis, and I requested the company for a work from home because till a DD, deputy director level, you don't have a team. So I was managing persons with disabilities, art, heritage and culture, and disaster management, and child rights, and women rights, a lot of things on my desk in policy making and strategy. But I was not given work from home at that point of time, and I resigned. And I had the most educated lot of my friends in the profession telling me, Anisha, you're a fool. You're leaving job for your mother. At this point, you are a deputy director CII. Everyone, wants to be there where you are, and you are resigning. And I think the only thought I had is that the mother who made me walk, if she is on the bed and not able to walk, I have no right to be going to office. So I did put down my papers and I had my journey with Delhi government then. So I completely agree and resonate with what you're saying. Thank you so much.
Earlier, during my term as a dean of the institute, one thing I made it sure that the earlier the person, I think it is Nikaji was saying, we now employ in IIM Kashipur. Right now, I have one. Earlier, we used to have 3 during my time. Now, number is reducing. We invite senior professors to come as mentor professor. This post was not there. They always say industry professor or professor of rehire. I said they will be mentor. And we had 3 of the best professors sitting in their home. Call them out, give them a hefty package, and we just told them, just bless us. And this worked so well that some of our young teachers had never seen an IIM Bangalore professor in the. We had an IIM Bangalore professor, and professor. Now we have another IIM Bangalore professor.
That's a great initiative.
And this, I think, many other institutes can do. They're really genius people.
That's a great initiative, Professor Islam, and work you are doing in the space of research is wonderful. My next question to RD. Now I know who RD is. Okay, so it saves me the time. Yeah, Pratanjyoti Datta to RD. Quick and short. Okay. RD. Okay, that's great. That's great. So, RD, you are and have been a senior journalist who has worked with PGI and Reuters extensively in the oil sector. Any specific instances in your journey which was an eye opener with respect to senior citizens and their conditions?
As a professional working journalist, I don't have any precise, experience which I can share. But yes, I had a very enriching experience in dealing with my father. So, for the last 6 years, I witnessed 3 deaths in my family. First one with my elder brother, who expired. Then with after he expired, within a span of 4 months, my mother expired. And then my father became bedridden within a span of, say, 6 months. They were in the far northeast part. I was here. So, entire burden of taking care of my father fell on me. So, I was managing the entire affairs from here. I had to undertake about, say, as many as 18 times, 24, that means 9 times I went from here to there. I travel mostly over the weekends. I went there, I was managing his entire care. I deployed as many as people if I checked and I installed CCTV cameras. I got it synchronized with my mobile phones and I was monitoring. And one of my visits, when I was about to come, I wanted to say, well, I'm going back. So he was giving him look, saying that you take me along, don't leave me here. That was, that place is, we are putting out that place for, say, for the last 50, 60 years. So he's very attached to that place. Yet he couldn't say, because he was down with, Parkinson. He was not down with, he was not dementia, but Parkinson was the case. And then he couldn't say, I just read his eyes and he said, take me around. Then I came back and I was traveling over the weekend. So I usually work with an international agency. My office is in Singapore. I have flexibility of time. So what I did, I brought him, doctors also advised me not to take him here. They say that, yeah, get her treated there only. And there were a lot of paid staffs, but he was not satisfied. That's the bottom line. And what I did then, with all support and everybody's, I brought him here. And then he lived for another 1.5 years. He was 85 plus. And from his entire experience of managing his own care, what I realized that even if you ensure a lot of paid services, the person concerned will not be happy. The owners or final owners lies with the son or maybe his own paper. And another thing which I realized with those who doctors always here, those who cross 60 probably or senior citizens, there are bound to happen 4 types of diseases. There is 11 what I understood: Parkinson, dementia, sodium potassium disbalance, and another one is probably the other one dementia, Parkinson, sodium potassium disbalance, and another is forgetting the other that is bound to happen. Which one? Sorry, Alzheimer. Alzheimer. Yeah. This
It is very common.
Yeah.
I've seen more than 20% of these senior citizens.
I mean, senior citizen, we will also become senior citizen. We cannot get escape from all this 4 diseases are bound to happen. And when you are taking care of an elder person, if he says it is night, even if it is day, please agree to do that. If he says that it's dark, you have to say. My father was suffering from hallucination. I mean, he used to say, here, some snake is there. Probably initially I had some problem. I thought maybe. Then, as I took care of him 1.5 years, then I realized that these are you have to face these challenges, and the old care subject is a subject which will not give you anything tangible in return. But this is the subject where you need to exhibit the rights to the elderly, gratitude, you show gratitude, and also this is a subject matter where you earn blessings. You serve them as a duty, as a gratitude, and in turn, what you will get is gratitude, blessings. To earn blessings, elder care is the subject matter. So this is what this is my personal experience. Whatever I am saying is purely on this my personal experience and not from any professional experience.
Thank you so much, Ratan. I feel that these are things which are life experiences, and there are always a lot of insight to all. I always tell my students that if your parents felt that your nose is not correct and your eyes are weird and you look weird and they would have maybe not taken care of you and dropped you in a dustbin, just like we see some cases nowadays happening, children being thrown right after being born, where would you be today? So if they are taking care of you when you're 18 or 17, now it's your time to give back. And that giving back has to be the sense of gratitude.
In my opinion, the elder care is a subject matter where for people like us or in younger generation, they should be told explicitly that look, if you want to earn blessings, if you want to be good, lucky person, you need blessings and blessings of your elders, your father, mother, your grandfather. That is important. So they need to be told it explicitly. Coming back to national education policy, what Professor Saab said is rightly he has put in the projects. But what I view as a national education policy has an element. It has to correct me, Professor Saab, national education policy would trust on value-based education initially. Now, if value-based education is imparted at the school-going children, what's their process involved? So we are in a way preparing them for future generation. So the national education policy, which is one of the important focus areas, is value-based education.
Agreed. Yeah.
So if we can instill value-based, like have respect to the elders, take care of the elders well, be sensitive, be respectful to the issues and problems of the elders. So we are preparing the younger generation for
a holistic education.
Yeah,
is what we're talking about. Yeah.
National education policy sets the agenda for next 20 years.
Absolutely.
When it talks about, sets that target that let's make the country in 2025. So he talks about 25 years down the line. We are in the middle age. So we need to be take care of the older education,
and the younger ones.
Need to prepare the younger
generation. Yes.
So that's a roadmap.
Very correct. Very correct.
Roadmap for new education policy to prepare the country for.
I think, RD, more than preparing the country, it's about leaving a better planet for the next generations. Everyone has the responsibility to do that. And being a good human only ensures the GDP rises, because you're a good human, you're happy, you're content, you're peaceful, you're calm, and you are less on stress and other things in life, and maybe you are more on life skills and also ensuring that the GDP is rising. My next question you already answered on the NEP. Already I had the question ready for you. That's very smart of you, by the way. Okay. Another question for you, Anjali. Do you think, and I was sitting in the audience and I was thinking, do you think empathizing is missing amongst us? Being human is missing, and we are only talking more and doing less for social development?
The answer is yes. And
I expected that.
So, what I'd just like to what Professor Saab said, my father, he worked really hard all his life. He was a judge in the Delhi High Court, and after that he became an international arbitrator. So, when you become an arbitrator, it is not necessary that you have an arbitration every day, so you don't have an agenda that day. So the days he had work, he would be up at 6 o'clock, he would go for his walk, he would do his yoga, he would be ready in his suit and his tie at 9:30. The arbitration is at 4 o'clock, but he's going to be ready. So the point I'm trying to make is, you retire all these people, again adding to that same point what Meeta just said. but there is such a big drohar lying over there which we are not using. So if we can get all these people out and try and help them contribute. बहुत लोग हैं जो जानना चाहते हैं, जो सीखना चाहते हैं, किसके पास जाएंगे वो सीखने के लिए? So it is answer to your value education bit. I've worked a little bit in that area with CBSE, and we had tried to get every subject we said has a value. Science has a value, maths has a value. A 2 plus 2 is always going to be 4. So the value of mathematics is truth. So we have worked a lot on this, and जो भी बच्चे हैं, आप खाली बच्चों को सिखाकर फ्यूचर में बेटर कर सकते. आप बच्चों को सिखाइए, आप टीचर्स सिखाइए और आप पेरेंट्स को सिखाइए. It is a very important triangle that we need to address. So it's not just about the child. No, sorry, coming back to you. Yes, I feel that we are so much involved on the online that we are offline when we are sitting with our families.
Absolutely.
हमारे लिए वो स्क्रीन इतना जरूरी है, हमारे लिए वो एक व्हाट्सएप पे मैसेज इतना जरूरी है that we are neglecting the people, we are neglecting the relationships that are around us. So empathy is missing, yes. Humane nature is missing, absolutely yes. क्योंकि आज सबको पैसा कमाना है. वो घर पर क्या छूट गया और वो क्या मिनट, एक मिनट इतना कीमती है. But that 1 minute that you spend with a senior person or that junior person in the house is going to go a long way. I was just talking to
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you. But I think that kudos to all of us. We are sitting here from 2:30 till now.
Without water.
Without
water.
Are we human?
Please have water.
Are we human, all of us? Yes. Are we empathizing? Come on. Yes. I'm not hearing any yes. We are empathizing, and we are human. But yes, all of us can go back to our homes and tell our children and tell everybody associated in our families that please be us.
What I can see, most of the people who are present here, they are following the category of mid 40, 50, or 55 in that category. So we have that. We realize the importance of being a catalyst to future generations need, elders need, and the younger generation need. That's what probably we are.
Do you mean future generation elders need? No, I am very young. Excuse me.
What I'm saying is a middle-aged person which tomorrow's elder person.
Yeah.
Modi has given us the agenda to make the country 25 years down the line as a development. If I'm 50, now I will become 75. Obviously, I will become a senior citizen.
Yeah.
So
I'm feeling better the moment you said you're 50. I'm younger too.
Manisha, but the bitter truth is that the day will be developed country will have terrestrial weapons.
Oh yes.
You cannot have liberalization and Toyota car on your road and your children are not going there. So that will go together. And just 1 minute a story, but you cannot become very emotional of the elderly care. When my mother died, I became so emotional, I searched out my teachers. And everywhere I went to a teacher who was my best teacher, and I found him living alone. He opened his door alone, he was almost like lost half of his memory, but he could recognize me. And I wanted to pick him up. I said, I don't have parents, I will take care of you. Forget about this things, I will take care of you. Come with me. And with that, I told him, get ready. And evening he was going with me to party. But when I reached the academic council meeting, and there I talked to the registrar, who is now a registrar of the university in Delhi. And I told him just passing by that I am taking Professor Zaidi with me. He was my best teacher, he's living alone, he was insurance, so he doesn't have anybody. He said, मर जाएगा भाई, इसके भाई भतीजे जो है आड़ोस पड़ोस में इंतजार कर रहे हैं मरने का. काशीपुर से आके किस हद से तुम उठा लेगा वो देखो. गोली वोली मार देंगे पहले, बाद में पूछेंगे तुम कहाँ है. I realized,
yes,
the society is so complex कि मैं अपने टीचर की मोहब्बत में ले जा रहा हूँ, कोई सोचेगा कि यार
yes.
हमारे दद्दू को हटा रहे हैं, सब जिसके सारे रिश्तेदार
आपके दद्दू बन जाते थे।
हाँ, बहुत
with a bang.
So that day I realized how much we have changed.
Yeah, very right.
Excuse me, can I have the liberty to ask a question, please?
Oh yes, ma'am, please.
I think this is something very crucial, but it needs an action. And what is that we can take in action for this?
Okay, so this was the next question that I had for Dr. Kira.
Okay, like me, I can volunteer.
Yeah.
I have a network of people.
Yeah.
I can afford. I have a guest room. I can afford taking care of somebody, and I'm visiting my parents. I want to serve somebody with that. Many times I drive, I see many old people. I like dispute of God. that इधर कोई देखने वाला नहीं है, ये सड़क के पास बैठी है, जो देख सकता हूँ मेरी बात नहीं है, आपको मेरी बात को मानना. But there are many people, maybe we can have a network of people who can come together. Alone, it might be like this kind of leadership. To have talk to the society and say, I want to take care of it. There is some solution would have come.
I think it has got more to do with policy matter also, where culturing and some policy matters, and like we're talking, inculcating these things in the education system. So we are sensitizing people and students and children right from the early age. This has already taken away my next question for Dr. Kira from the audience, of course. Dr. Shivani, expressive arts is something that I've heard, but most of the people are not well aware of expressive arts and how it helped certain people. How has it helped you in your life? And what is your message for the next generation?
So, before I went for expressive art to do even research on it, I always thought that art has a lot of power because I'm also an artist, and I could see that when I was doing my art, I was a very different person. Things used to be different, and sometimes I was not able to see things, but through art they just come out. Yes, and that is the reason when I started working with 70 plus, I realized that was one language we could work with them. They don't want to say something, but through art they could say it. And that's why I went for my research, and then I did my training so that I can work in 175 countries as a community work. I think it has helped me to understand people more. And a lot of people say you are spiritual, you are this, you are that. I think it has made me more kind to myself. Because there are a lot of things that we start to say to ourselves. See, if you see like this, a lot of times we are blaming our parents. You have treated me like this, you have treated me like that. But we forget they were also victims of their parents. And I'm also raising another victim. So through expressive art, I realized there were a lot of things I could heal within me, which I never even realized I had. And once I could address that, I could use it with people who are having dementia or an age where they did not even want to tell you what they were feeling. So art has played a fantastic role, especially for myself, because if I have something, then only I can give it to others. If I don't have love, I cannot give love to other person. So art has played an amazing role in my life that I could enjoy, whether it was a bad art. I never felt bad if someone said, I don't like your art. I think that's fine. That's your perception of my art. So I'm fine with whatever I'm drawing. And that has helped me to connect with a lot of seniors. Because they always say, हमें तो क्रेयॉन ही हाथ नहीं लगाया इतने साल से, हमें नहीं आता है, I'm not an art teacher. So we tell them you can even make color. And color can help you to understand. So yesterday my mother was saying sun is the moon and moon is the sun. So I said, if that is your perception, it's fine. In art, at least you can do that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shivani. With this, we come to an end of this discussion. I think it has been fruitful and eye-opening for all of us. And congratulations to all the good work that all of you are doing. And more powers and more strength to all of you. Thank you.
Undoubtedly, the panel discussion was really inspiring.
Thank you so much. No, I'm not confused, but I have been just running around managing a lot of things. I really wanted to be an active listener here, but I just have been catching up here and there. Thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough, or thank you will be a very small phrase to express my gratitude for contributing to this willingly, selflessly. Your time, your thoughts, very important. And I hope that we all can take it a long way. This movement should catch up with your support. Yeah.
Can we have Professor Islam and Ardi on the stage for a photograph, please?
गांधी साहब,
Professor
आपका
Islam,
तो परिचय कराया नहीं।
a photograph, please, Professor Islam, on the
We
stage.
have a very special, unexpected guest, Pradeep Gandhi ji, who is an ex-MP. I'm so glad that he joined us at the fag end of the program. Please हटा दीजिए। Where? कोई भी नहीं है। भैया प्लीज हटा दीजिए फिलहाल। प्लीज हटा दीजिए। भैया प्लीज हटा दीजिए। कोई है नहीं? नहीं बट सो कंसिडरेट की दे रही आप लोगों ने कुछ खाया नहीं। हाँ फोटो खींच लीजिए। I also want to come. I want to be with my father. Cheers. Seema, you have stayed back beyond your time. I know Seema has a senior. Okay, we have an announcement to make. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have an announcement to make. There is refreshments laid out there, so please do have, before going, please do not go without having it. And there are lots of samples from SENI, Dr. Aman Khera. If you would like to carry some, Alina is suggesting, requesting. Anjali, since you guys work with a lot of senior citizens. And Shivani, if you want to, in your car, please लेके जाइए, ठीक है? And दूसरी बात, Ardi, we need to do the oath. Whoever is remaining here. Can you give us 2 more minutes and we need to take an oath? Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may we all rise up to take an oath, please. Yeah, please, we're taking an oath right now. Please, may we stand up to pledge ourselves to this day and kindly repeat with me. Kindly repeat with me. It's the social work professional oath. I solemnly pledge to consecrate my life to service of humanity and social justice. I will practice my social responsibility with conscience, integrity, and dignity towards the elderly, and will be consistent with values, ethical principles, and standards. The welfare of elders that I come across will be my first consideration. I will maintain by all means in my power the honor and the traditions of the social work profession. I will maintain the utmost respect for the inherent dignity and worth of every human being, even under threat to myself. I make these promises solemnly, freely, and upon my honor. Thank you so much. Let's all do it together. That we have gathered here today. Let's all take it forward with this oath. Thank you, RD, for the idea of this oath. It was his mind behind it. Okay, and my gratitude, vote of thanks, I'm holding on time, but my gratitude to all of you to stay back and be here. Thank you so much. We also, RD, I want to talk about Saurav. Saurav, we have a young author. He debuted as an author with a book that he has written, and the foreword is written by Professor Islam. Professor Islam,
you are invited on the stage because
Saurav, where is Saurav? हाँ? तो इधर ही है ना? इधर ही है. ये दुश्मन है ना? है ना? हाँ, मुझे पता है उसके साथ काम कर रही है. सौरभ कहाँ गया? Thank you so much. Saurav, आप बुक ले आए? Okay, so he is a debut author and he's written a book called Namli. And Professor Islam has written the foreword. Please do the honor of unraveling it. Yeah, I put the blame on me, right? Put the blame on me. Your ally, your foe. I think you guys coordinated your color also. Yes. It takes a lot to write a book. I have been thinking of writing one since years and I haven't. So all the best, Saurav. May you write many more books. And you're lucky that Professor Islam wrote the foreword. Congratulations. And yes, Saurav. Yeah. Professor Ji, please felicitate. Yeah. Thank you so much for volunteering for us as well. Okay. Thank you. And we have a lucky draw, but most of them have gone. Shall we still pull out the checks and see whose name comes out? Yeah. Manisha, would you like to do the one? Shuffle karo.
Is my name there?
I have no idea. मैंने बोला था तुम चली गई, मैंने बोला मुझे नहीं करना है. तुमने बोला मुझे नहीं करना, तुम मुझे चली गई. अब वो फोन का लेना. He's gone. Yes.
So, another sheet?
Yes, please. Bhupesh Gupta है यहाँ पे कोई? नहीं, he is left. हाँ देखो, मैं देखना चाहती हूँ कि आप लोगों ने कितने चेक डाला है इसमें. Mr. Mahesh Gupta,
सारे गुप्ता लोग ही आ रहे हैं। शिल्पा दी
Jolly has also left.
ये निगाह से रहोगे क्या सब?
She wants me to know his face. Brenda, you get out. Rahul. Rahul there? No, Rahul. Shilpi, Rahul, six.
Shilpi, I think this will take.
Doctor, Kumar, Pratap.
No, I think they.
No, they have all left. So, Manisha, tell me a suggestion. How do we do the lucky draw? जो यहाँ पर बाकी है. Can we do a lucky draw amongst just these? ये कुछ तो एक आइडिया निकालना पड़ेगा ना कि.
Okay, one more chance. Okay. Jayanta.
Okay, जयंत जी, ये मयंक गुप्ता जी ने ये कौन बता रहे हैं? हमारे स्पॉन्सर के डायरेक्टर हैं, तो congratulations. आप लोगों का गिफ्ट है. Wait.
अरे हाँ हाँ